Dead Drop, Chapter 1. The restaurant was the kind of place where deals got made and secrets got buried. Morton's Steakhouse in Georgetown. Dark wood. Leather booths. Waiters who knew when to disappear. The lunch crowd was thinning out. Lobbyists and lawyers finishing their negotiations over dessert and coffee. The air smelled like money and power and the careful lies people told each other. Brill Wingfield sat in a corner booth with his back to the wall. He'd been waiting for 15 minutes. Watching the door. Watching the room. The other diners didn't notice him. They never did. Average height. Average build. Brown hair going gray. A face that slid right past memory. Forgettable. Except for the eyes. Black eyes. Flat and empty like a shark's. The kind of eyes that made people uncomfortable without knowing why. Some primitive part of their brain recognized what it was seeing and sent up warning flares. A man entered. Late 50s. Expensive suit. Silver hair combed straight back. He moved like someone used to being in charge. The maitre d' led him to Brill's booth. "Mr. Wingfield?" The man extended his hand. Brill shook it. The grip was firm, but the palm was sweating. "Mr. Kessler." Gerald Kessler slid into the booth. Ordered a scotch when the waiter appeared. Neat. Expensive. The kind of drink that said, "I can afford to relax, but I'm not going to." "Thank you for meeting me," Kessler said. "I know you're selective about your work." "I am. Your reputation precedes you. Carver speaks highly of your discretion." Brill said nothing. Let the silence work. People always filled silence. Always said more than they meant to. Kessler's scotch arrived. He drank half of it. Set the glass down carefully. "I have a problem. A serious problem. The kind that ends careers and puts people in prison if it's not handled correctly." "What kind of problem?" "Someone in my company is selling secrets." "What kind of secrets?" "The classified kind. Defense contracts. Targeting systems. Information that could compromise national security." Kessler's jaw tightened. "And get people killed." Brill leaned back. Studied the man across from him. Kessler was scared. Trying to hide it. Failing. The sweat on his upper lip. The way his eyes kept darting to the door. "Tell me about your company," Brill said. "Sentinel Defense Systems. We're based in Tampa. We design guidance systems for precision munitions. Smart bombs. Drone targeting. Our clients include the Pentagon, CIA, several allied governments." "How many people work there?" 347. But only a handful have access to classified material. We operate in compartments. Need-to-know basis. Very tight security. And someone's leaking. For the past 6 months. Small amounts at first. Technical specifications. Design documents. Then 2 weeks ago, the entire schematic for our latest system disappeared. Project Nightfall. It's a targeting platform that can identify and track multiple hostile targets simultaneously in urban environments. The kind of technology that changes the battlefield. Worth a lot of money. To the right buyer. Hundreds of millions. Maybe more. Brill picked up his water glass. Drank. Put it back down. "Who knows about the leak?" "Me. My head of security. And now you. The Pentagon knows something's wrong, but they don't know the extent. I've been stalling. Telling them it's a glitch in our system. That we're investigating. Why not bring in the FBI?" Kessler's face went pale. "Because if the FBI gets involved, we lose our clearances. Our contracts. Everything. Sentinel Defense becomes radioactive. 300 people lose their jobs. I lose a company I spent 20 years building. And you might go to prison for not reporting it sooner. That too. Brill watched him. The desperation bleeding through the expensive suit and the practiced confidence. Kessler had waited too long. Had tried to handle it himself. Now the problem was bigger than he could control. How many suspects? Brill asked. 3. All engineers with access to Project Nightfall. All with top-secret clearances. All vetted extensively. But one of them is dirty. Names. Kessler pulled a folder from his briefcase. Slid it across the table. Everything's in there. Background checks. Financial records. Security logs. I've been tracking their movements. Looking for patterns. I can't find anything concrete. Brill opened the folder. 3 personnel files. 3 faces. 3 lives reduced to documents and surveillance photos. Dr. Sarah Chen. 42. MIT PhD. Divorced. No kids. Brilliant engineer with a reputation for arrogance. Marcus Webb. 37. Former Navy. 15 years at Sentinel. 2 kids in private school. Mortgage. Car payments. The kind of debt that could make a man desperate. David Prentice. 29. Youngest of the 3. Engaged. Planning a wedding. Fresh out of Caltech with a dissertation that had gotten him recruited straight to Sentinel. You have a theory? Brill asked. Webb. He's got money problems. His wife has cancer. Experimental treatment. Insurance doesn't cover it. He's drowning in medical bills. That's a motive. It's the only motive I can see. Chen makes plenty of money, and Prentice comes from a wealthy family. But Webb. Kessler shook his head. Webb is struggling. Brill closed the folder. What do you want me to do? Find out who's selling. Get proof. Then we'll deal with it quietly. No FBI. No scandal. Just make it stop. And if it's not one of these 3, then we have a bigger problem than I thought. Brill looked at the folder. At the 3 faces. One of them was selling secrets that could change the balance of power. Could put American lives at risk. Could trigger international incidents. Or maybe none of them were selling. Maybe the leak was somewhere else. Someone else. Something Kessler hadn't considered, because he was too scared to look at the whole picture. My fee is $50,000, Brill said. Half up front. Half when I deliver results. Done. I work alone. No oversight. No status updates unless I have something concrete. Understood. And if this goes sideways, if law enforcement gets involved, I was never here. We never met. You don't know my name. Kessler nodded. Carver said you'd say that. Brill stood. Picked up the folder. I'll be in Tampa tomorrow. Don't contact me. I'll contact you when I have something. How long will it take? As long as it takes. Brill walked out of the restaurant. Into the Georgetown afternoon. Tourists taking photos of historic buildings. Students from the university laughing on the sidewalk. Normal people living normal lives. He thought about the 3 engineers. About classified secrets. About whoever was buying them. This job felt wrong. Too clean. Too simple. 3 suspects in a secure facility. One of them guilty. Find the bad guy. Problem solved. Brill had learned a long time ago that when something felt too simple, it usually was. He walked to his car and drove north. Away from Georgetown. Away from the power brokers and the restaurants where secrets got traded over steaks and scotch. Tomorrow, he'd fly to Tampa. Tomorrow, he'd start looking at 3 engineers. But tonight, he'd review the files. Look for what Kessler had missed. Look for the thing that didn't fit. Because someone was selling secrets. That much was true. But Brill had a feeling the someone wasn't who Kessler thought it was. And finding the truth was going to cost more than $50,000. It always did. Chapter 2. Tampa in August was like breathing through a wet towel. Brill stepped off the plane into heat that hit like a physical force. The humidity wrapped around him, made his shirt stick to his back before he reached the rental car counter. He drove a silver Camry. Invisible. The kind of car that disappeared in traffic. He took I-275 south through the city, past the downtown towers and the convention center, past Ybor City with its cigar shops and tourists, out to the industrial corridor where defense contractors built things the public never saw. Sentinel Defense Systems sat behind 12-foot fencing topped with razor wire. The building was concrete and glass. 3 stories. No windows on the first floor. Security cameras every 20 feet. A guard shack at the entrance with armed personnel. Brill drove past without slowing. Circled the block. Studied the perimeter. There were 2 entrances. Main gate in front. Service entrance in back. Both controlled access. Both monitored. He parked 3 blocks away and walked back. Stayed on the opposite side of the street. Looked like another businessman checking his phone. Nobody gave him a second glance. The morning shift was arriving. Engineers and technicians showing IDs at the gate. Running badges through readers. The guard checking faces against photos. Professional. Thorough. Brill watched for 30 minutes. Counted 47 people entering. Noted the vehicles. The patterns. Who arrived together. Who arrived alone. At 9:15, a black Mercedes pulled up to the gate. The guard waved it through without checking. Gerald Kessler behind the wheel. Brill's phone buzzed. A text from Kessler. Second floor conference room. 10 a.m. I'll have security clear you. Brill texted back. No. Meet me at the Starbucks on Dale Mabry. 30 minutes. 3 dots appeared. Then disappeared. Then appeared again. Why? Because I don't want anyone at Sentinel knowing I exist. Understood. 30 minutes. Brill walked back to the Camry. Drove to the Starbucks. It was corporate and anonymous. Chain coffee and people working on laptops. He bought black coffee and sat in the back corner. Kessler arrived 28 minutes later. He looked worse than he had in Georgetown. Tired. Stressed. The kind of exhaustion that came from not sleeping. You couldn't come to the office, Kessler said as he sat down. If I walk into your facility, people will wonder who I am. They'll ask questions. They'll remember me. I need to be invisible. How are you going to investigate if you don't go inside? I'll go inside, but not through the front door. Not on your schedule. Not in a way that leaves traces. Kessler rubbed his face. Fine. What do you need? Badge access. Something that'll get me through the doors, but won't flag in the system. That's not easy. Everything's logged. Timestamps. Location data. Security reviews the logs every morning. You said your head of security knows about the leak. Martin Reese. Former FBI. Very good at his job. He can create a ghost badge. Something that registers at the readers, but doesn't show up in reports. I've seen it done. Kessler hesitated. That's risky. If anyone finds out. If anyone finds out, you blame me. Say I hacked your system. Say I'm a foreign agent. Say whatever you need to say. But I need access. When? Tonight. After hours. I want to see the facility when it's empty. See where these 3 engineers work. What they have access to. How the security actually functions. Kessler nodded slowly. I'll talk to Reese. Have the badge ready by 6 p.m. Where should I leave it? Under the driver's seat of the blue Ford F-150 in your parking lot. Row C, third from the end. How do you know I have a blue F-150 in my lot? Because I spent the morning watching your facility. I know you have 212 vehicles in your lot right now. I know your delivery schedule. I know your guard rotations. I know that you have a blind spot on the northwest corner where the cameras overlap and don't quite cover the fence line. Kessler went pale. Jesus. You did all that in one morning. That's what you're paying me for. A woman approached their table. Young. Professional. Laptop bag over her shoulder. She looked at Kessler and smiled. Mr. Kessler, I thought that was you. Kessler's expression shifted. Became pleasant. Welcoming. The mask sliding into place. Dr. Chen. Good morning. Brill looked up at the woman. Early 40s. Asian. Sharp features. Expensive clothes. This was Sarah Chen. One of the 3 suspects. Standing 3 feet away. Getting coffee before the morning briefing? She asked. Something like that. Dr. Chen, this is. Kessler hesitated for half a second. Michael Warner. Consultant. We're discussing some IT security upgrades. Chen looked at Brill. Her eyes were intelligent. Measuring. She extended her hand. Nice to meet you. Brill shook it. Her grip was firm. Confident. Likewise. What kind of consulting do you do? Penetration testing. Network security. Boring stuff. I doubt anything about security is boring these days. She smiled. Turned back to Kessler. I'll see you at the briefing. Don't forget we need to discuss the Phase 3 timeline. I'll be there. Chen walked to the counter. Ordered something complicated with extra shots. Brill watched her. The way she moved. The way she carried herself. Arrogant. Like Kessler had said. But also careful. Alert. She just saw you, Kessler said quietly. She'll remember your face. No, she won't. She saw a consultant in a coffee shop. 5 minutes from now, she'll forget I exist. How can you be sure? Because I'm forgettable. But even as Brill said it, he noticed Chen glance back at him. Just once. Quick. Like she was filing something away. Her expression didn't change, but something flickered in her eyes. She picked up her drink and left. Brill watched her through the window. She got into a Tesla. Silver. Expensive. Drove away. She's smart, Brill said. One of the best engineers I've ever worked with. MIT summa cum laude. Published papers that changed the field. She could work anywhere. She chose Sentinel because we give her freedom to innovate. Tell me about her personal life. Divorced 5 years ago. No kids. Lives alone in a condo in Hyde Park. Dated a few people, but nothing serious. She's married to her work. Debts. Money problems. None that I can see. She makes $200,000 a year. Drives a paid-off Tesla. No mortgage. Lives modestly for someone with her income. What about the divorce? Was it messy? I don't know the details. She doesn't talk about it. Brill made a mental note. Divorces left scars. Sometimes those scars made people do stupid things. What about Webb and Prentice? Are they here today? Webb is. Prentice called in sick. 3rd time this month. That normal for him? No. He used to be reliable. But lately. Kessler shook his head. Lately, he's been distracted, missing deadlines, making mistakes, wedding stress, maybe, or maybe guilt. Brill finished his coffee, stood. I'll be at the facility tonight, 11 p.m. Make sure security knows there's a system maintenance check scheduled. No questions. No interruptions. What are you looking for? I'll know it when I see it. Brill walked out to the parking lot. The heat wrapped around him again. The sun beating down on asphalt and concrete. He got in the Camry and sat there thinking. 3 suspects. 3 different profiles. Chen was brilliant and independent. Webb was desperate and drowning. Prentice was young and making mistakes. One of them was selling secrets. Or maybe all 3 of them were selling secrets. Or maybe none of them were, and the real leak was somewhere Kessler hadn't thought to look. Brill started the engine, drove to a hotel near the airport, checked in under the name Michael Warner, paid cash. In the room, he spread the files across the bed. Read everything again, looking for patterns, for connections, for the thing that didn't fit. His phone buzzed. A text from Simon. Got your message. Running background checks on all 3. Should have something by tonight. Brill texted back. Look for financial transactions. Offshore accounts. Unusual purchases. Anything that doesn't match their income. On it. Brill set the phone down. Lay back on the bed. Closed his eyes. Tonight, he'd see the facility. See where the secrets lived. See how someone might steal them. And then he'd start eliminating suspects. One way or another. Chapter 3. The badge was where Kessler said it would be. Brill found the blue F-150 in the Sentinel parking lot at 10:40 p.m. The lot was mostly empty. A few cars belonging to third shift security. The night engineers. The badge was in a manila envelope under the driver's seat. He opened it. Standard Sentinel Defense ID card. Photo of a man he'd never seen. Name, Thomas Kirkner. Maintenance Supervisor. Active Clearance Level 3. Good for all non-classified areas. Brill pocketed the badge and walked toward the northwest corner. The blind spot he'd identified that morning. The cameras swept wide arcs, but they missed a 3-foot section of fence where the angles overlapped. He scaled the fence in 12 seconds. Dropped into landscaping on the other side. Moved through shadows toward the building. The service entrance was locked. Card reader beside the door. Brill swiped the badge. The light turned green. The lock clicked. He was inside. The hallway was empty. Fluorescent lights overhead. Linoleum floors. The smell of industrial cleaner and air conditioning. He moved quickly, checking the layout against the blueprints Simon had sent him. The classified work happened on the 2nd floor. Compartmented labs behind additional security. But the engineers also had offices. Regular spaces where they worked on unclassified materials. Where they made phone calls and checked email and lived their ordinary work lives. Brill took the stairs to the 2nd floor. The stairwell door opened onto another hallway. Empty. Cameras at each end. He checked his watch. The guard rotation happened every 20 minutes. He had 18 minutes before someone walked this corridor. Sarah Chen's office was 3rd on the left. The door was locked. Brill picked it in 40 seconds. Inside was organized chaos. Desk covered in papers. Equations scrawled on a whiteboard. 3 monitors on a standing desk. Books stacked on every surface. The office of someone who lived inside their own head. Brill searched methodically. Drawers. Files. Computer tower. Looking for anything unusual. Anything hidden. Chen's desk had the standard items: pens, stapler, coffee mug with MIT logo. But in the bottom drawer was something interesting. A burner phone. Cheap prepaid flip phone. The kind you bought with cash and threw away. Brill turned it on. No calls in the log. No texts. No contacts. Completely clean. Why would a brilliant engineer who made $200,000 a year have a burner phone hidden in her desk? He photographed it. Put it back exactly where he found it. Continued searching. Nothing else stood out. No classified documents. No USB drives. No evidence of anything inappropriate. He checked the time. 12 minutes before the guard rotation. Marcus Webb's office was 2 doors down. Brill picked the lock. Stepped inside. Webb's space was different. Neat. Organized. Family photos on the desk. His kids. His wife. Before the cancer. When everyone was smiling. The desk was clean. Almost too clean. Like Webb was careful about what he left visible. Brill opened drawers. Found the usual office supplies. Budget spreadsheets. Project timelines. Medical bills. A lot of medical bills. St. Joseph's Hospital. Tampa General. MD Anderson in Houston. The amounts were staggering. $50,000 here. $75,000 there. Insurance covered some. Webb covered the rest. Except he couldn't cover the rest. Not on his salary. Not with a mortgage, and 2 kids and a wife who couldn't work anymore. Brill photographed the bills. Kept searching. In the back of the bottom drawer was another burner phone. Same model as Chen's. Same cheap prepaid flip phone. Also clean. No call history. 2 burner phones. 2 engineers. Same model. Same lack of usage history. That wasn't coincidence. Brill put the phone back. Checked his watch. 7 minutes. David Prentice's office was at the end of the hall. Brill reached it and picked the lock. Inside was chaos. Different from Chen's organized chaos. This was mess. Papers everywhere. Empty energy drink cans. Food wrappers. The office of someone who was overwhelmed. Brill searched the desk. Found wedding planning documents. Venue contracts. Catering quotes. Prentice was getting married in 3 months. The wedding cost was itemized on a spreadsheet. Total, $87,000. Prentice's salary was $75,000 a year. Before taxes. Even with help from his wealthy family, the numbers were tight. But that wasn't what made Brill stop. In the middle drawer was a 3rd burner phone. Same model. Same prepaid carrier. Same clean history. 3 phones. 3 engineers. 3 suspects. All carrying identical burner phones with no usage history. Brill photographed everything. Put the phone back. Checked his watch. 2 minutes. He left Prentice's office. Locked the door. Moved quickly down the hallway toward the stairs. He was halfway there when he heard footsteps. Coming up the stairwell. The guard was early. Brill opened the nearest door. Stepped into darkness. Closed it behind him. He was in a supply closet. Shelves of paper and toner cartridges and cleaning supplies. He stood motionless. Controlled his breathing. Waited. The footsteps moved down the hallway. Slow. Methodical. The guard checking doors. Testing locks. Following his routine. The footsteps stopped outside the closet. Brill's hand moved to his waistband. Where the Glock would be, if he'd been able to bring it into a federal facility. But he couldn't. So his hand rested on nothing. The door handle turned. Light spilled in. A flashlight beam swept the closet. Brill stood behind the shelving. In shadow. Perfectly still. The guard was young. Maybe 25. Bored. Just going through the motions. He swept the flashlight once more. Satisfied himself nothing was wrong. Closed the door. The footsteps continued down the hall. Faded. Disappeared. Brill waited 3 minutes. Then stepped out of the closet. The hallway was empty. He moved to the stairs. Down to the first floor. Out the service entrance. He was crossing the parking lot when he saw it. A gray sedan. Parked in the visitor spaces. Lights off. Engine running. Someone sitting in the driver's seat. Brill stopped. Studied the vehicle. The windows were tinted. He couldn't see the driver clearly. But he could see enough. A woman. Watching the building. She was waiting for something. Or someone. Brill moved toward the fence. Kept the sedan in his peripheral vision. The woman didn't move. Didn't look his way. Just sat there watching. He climbed the fence. Dropped to the other side. Walked 2 blocks to where he'd parked the Camry. The gray sedan was still there when he pulled out. Still watching. Brill drove north. Took I-275 toward his hotel. Checked his rearview mirror constantly. The gray sedan didn't follow. At least not that he could see. At the hotel, he parked in back. Took the stairs to his room. 3rd floor. End of the hall. He'd chosen it specifically. Good sightlines. Multiple exits. Inside, he sat at the desk and reviewed the photos he'd taken. The burner phones. The medical bills. The wedding expenses. 3 engineers. 3 phones. 3 financial pressures. But something was wrong. The phones were too clean. No one bought a burner phone and never used it. That defeated the purpose. Unless they'd been wiped. Unless someone had erased the call histories. Made them look unused. His phone buzzed. Simon. Got something interesting on your 3 suspects. What? Sarah Chen was adopted. Born in China. Came to the U.S. when she was 8 with a family named Morrison. Changed her name from Chen Mei to Sarah Chen when she was 18. Went back to her birth name. Adopted from where in China? That's the thing. The adoption records are sealed. I can't access them without breaking some serious federal laws. Break them. I will. But it'll take time. What else do you need? Marcus Webb. I need to know where his money's going. He's got medical bills he can't afford. Someone's helping him pay them. I'll check his bank records. What about Prentice? Wedding in 3 months. Costs more than he makes. Find out who's paying for it. On it. Anything else? Yeah. Run the plates on a gray sedan. Older model. Tinted windows. It was outside Sentinel tonight. You get a plate number. No. Too dark. But see if any gray sedans show up in surveillance footage near the facility. Look for patterns. That's going to take some digging. You're good at digging. Simon laughed. Yeah. I am. I'll have something for you by morning. The line went dead. Brill stood and walked to the window. Looked down at the parking lot. The Camry sat where he'd left it. Nothing else moved. But he had the feeling he was being watched. The same feeling he'd had at Sentinel. The primitive warning that something dangerous was close. He closed the curtains. Checked the locks on the door. Set his phone alarm for 5 a.m. Then he lay on the bed. Fully clothed. Gun within reach, even though he'd left it in the car. 3 engineers with burner phones. A woman in a gray sedan watching the facility. And somewhere in the middle of all of it, classified secrets were leaking. Brill closed his eyes. Tomorrow, he'd start surveillance. Watch all 3 suspects. See where they went, who they talked to, what they did when they thought no one was watching. Tomorrow, the investigation would really begin. But tonight, something else had begun. Someone knew Brill was there. Someone was watching. Someone was preparing. The gray sedan hadn't been random. It had been a message. And Brill had received it. Chapter 4. Marcus Webb left his house at 6:40 a.m. Brill had been parked 3 houses down since 5:30. Watching. Waiting. The neighborhood was middle class. Modest homes with chain-link fences and toys in the yards. The kind of place where families raised kids and barbecued on weekends and worried about mortgage payments. Webb's house needed paint. The lawn needed mowing. A blue tarp covered part of the roof where shingles had blown off. Small signs of decline. Of someone struggling to keep up. Webb backed a gray Honda Civic out of the driveway. Alone. His wife and kids were still inside. Lights on in the kitchen. The routine of breakfast and school preparations happening behind closed curtains. Brill followed at a distance. 3 cars back. Never closer. Never the same position for more than a few blocks. Webb drove to Starbucks. Same one where Brill had met Kessler. Went inside. Came out with 2 coffees. Drove to Sentinel Defense. Routine. Normal. Nothing suspicious. Brill parked across the street and watched Webb enter the facility. Show his badge. Exchange pleasantries with the guard. Disappear inside. At 8:15, Sarah Chen arrived. Tesla. Precise parking. Straight into the building without talking to anyone. At 9:05, David Prentice showed up. Late. Driving a BMW that was 2 years old but looked brand new. He sat in the parking lot for 5 minutes before going inside. Staring at his phone. His face pale. Brill sat in the Camry and thought. 3 people. 3 different lives. 3 burner phones. His phone buzzed. Simon. I've got Webb's financials. You're going to want to see this. Send it. Files appeared on Brill's phone. He opened them. Bank statements. Credit card records. Loan documents. The financial life of a man drowning. Webb's checking account showed regular deposits. His salary. $5,300 every 2 weeks after taxes. But the withdrawals were brutal. Mortgage. Car payment. Utilities. Credit card minimums. Medical bills. Every month, he went deeper into the hole. Except for one thing. 6 months ago, Webb had received a wire transfer. $50,000. The sender was listed as Kessler Family Foundation. 2 weeks later, another transfer. $25,000. Same source. 3 weeks after that. $30,000. Over 6 months, Webb had received almost $200,000 from an organization Brill had never heard of. He called Simon back. What's the Kessler Family Foundation? Charity. Registered in Delaware. Tax exempt. Provides assistance to families dealing with catastrophic medical expenses. Run by Gerald Kessler. On paper, no. Run by his wife, Patricia Kessler. But the money comes from Sentinel Defense. Corporate donations. So Kessler's been helping Webb pay his medical bills. Looks like it. Very generous. Very convenient. Or very suspicious. You think Kessler's involved? I think Kessler knew Webb was desperate and made sure he stayed afloat. Question is why. Maybe he's just being a good boss. Nobody's that good. Brill scrolled through more records. Something else caught his attention. Webb had made regular ATM withdrawals. Every Friday. $500 cash. Like clockwork. Cash withdrawals weren't unusual. But these were consistent. Precise. The kind of pattern that meant something. Simon, pull ATM camera footage for Webb's withdrawals. I want to see where he's going after he takes out the cash. That's going to take some time. Banks don't make that easy. How much time? A day. Maybe 2. Do it fast. Brill ended the call. Looked back at Sentinel Defense. The building sat quiet in the morning heat. Cars in the lot. People working inside. Everything appearing normal. But nothing about this was normal. At 10:30, Brill's phone buzzed again. Text from a number he didn't recognize. Mr. Wingfield. We need to talk. Come to Webb's house. Now. Back door unlocked. Come alone. Brill stared at the message. Someone knew his real name. Someone knew he was watching Webb. Someone was making contact. He started the Camry. Drove back to Webb's neighborhood. Parked 2 blocks away. Walked the rest. The house was quiet. No cars in the driveway. Webb's wife and kids were gone. School. Errands. Whatever their Tuesday routine was. Brill approached from the backyard. Stayed close to the fence. The back door was unlocked like the text said. He drew the Glock. Moved inside. The kitchen smelled like coffee and toast. Breakfast dishes in the sink. A child's drawing stuck to the refrigerator with magnets. Normal family life interrupted. I'm in the living room, a voice called. Female. Calm. Brill moved through the kitchen. Into the living room. A woman sat on the couch. Mid-30s. Thin. Pale. Dark circles under her eyes. This was Webb's wife. The cancer patient. She wasn't dying. Not yet. But she looked tired. Like someone fighting a battle they knew they might lose. Mrs. Webb, Brill said. The Glock stayed in his hand. Low but ready. You can put the gun away. I'm not a threat. Her voice was steady. Resigned. I know who you are. I know why you're watching my husband. How do you know that? Because someone sent me a letter. 3 days ago. It explained everything. She pulled an envelope from beside her on the couch. Held it out. Brill crossed the room. Took the envelope. Opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper. Typed. No signature. Marcus Webb is selling classified information to foreign buyers. He is being blackmailed. If he stops cooperating, his family will be destroyed. If he confesses, his family will be destroyed. He has no way out. The man investigating him is named Brill Wingfield. He is dangerous. He will ruin your life if you don't act first. Brill read it twice. Looked at Mrs. Webb. Who sent this? I don't know. It came in the mail. No return address. Postmark Tampa. And you believed it? I didn't want to. But then I started watching Marcus. He's been different for months. Secretive. Scared. Coming home late. Making excuses. Her voice cracked. I thought he was having an affair. I almost wished he was having an affair. That would be easier than this. Did you confront him? Yes. Last night. After the kids went to bed. I showed him the letter. He broke down. Told me everything. Brill sat in the chair across from her. The Glock went back in his waistband. What did he tell you? That he's being blackmailed. That someone has photos of him. Compromising photos. At a party 8 months ago. He doesn't remember the party. Says he was drugged. But the photos exist. They threatened to send them to his security clearance board. To me. To his employers. What do the photos show? Mrs. Webb looked away. Marcus with a girl. A young girl. Doing things. She stopped. Swallowed. Things that would put him in prison. So he started cooperating. They told him to copy files. Technical documents. Designs. He'd bring them home on USB drives. Leave them in a dead drop. Someone would pick them up. He'd get instructions for the next delivery. How many deliveries? He doesn't know. Maybe 20. Maybe more. It's been going on for 6 months. The same timeline as the Kessler Family Foundation payments. Someone had been managing Webb, keeping him afloat financially while squeezing him operationally. Who's handling him? Brill asked. Who picks up the dead drops? He's never seen them. Just gets instructions. Text messages from burner phones. Different numbers every time. What about the photos? Did he ever get them? See proof they exist. They sent him one. Just one. Enough to terrify him. Mrs. Webb reached into her pocket, pulled out a photo, handed it to Brill. The image was explicit. Marcus Webb with a girl who looked 16. Maybe younger. Both of them in a bedroom. Both of them naked. Webb's face was clear. Unmistakable. Jesus, Brill said quietly. He swears he doesn't remember. Swears he would never. But the photo exists. And if it gets out. Mrs. Webb started crying. He'll go to prison. I'll lose him. My kids will lose their father. And I'm sick. I can't do this alone. Brill studied the photo. Something was wrong with it. The lighting was too perfect. The angle too deliberate. This wasn't a candid shot. This was staged. Mrs. Webb, I need to take this. No. They said if Marcus talks to anyone, they'll release all the photos. Hundreds of them. They'll destroy him. They're not going to release anything. That's not how blackmail works. The photos are leverage. They lose that leverage the moment they go public. But what if you're wrong? I'm not wrong. She looked at him. At the flat black eyes. At the certainty in his voice. Something in her broke. Or maybe something hardened. Take it, she said. Do whatever you need to do. Just protect my family. Brill pocketed the photo. Where's Marcus now? At work. He doesn't know I contacted you. He doesn't know about the letter. He thinks I still believe his lies. Keep it that way. Don't tell him we talked. Don't tell him anything changed. What are you going to do? Find out who's blackmailing him. Find out who's buying the secrets. And stop it. Will Marcus go to prison? Brill stood. That depends on what I find. If he was coerced, if the blackmail is real, there might be a way out. But he's going to have to cooperate. Fully. No more secrets. He's scared. He should be. But he should be more scared of what happens if this continues. Brill walked to the back door. Stopped. The letter said I'm dangerous. Said I'll ruin your life. Are you? Dangerous. Yes. Going to ruin your life. Only if you're lying to me. He left through the back door. Walked to the Camry. Sat behind the wheel and examined the photo again. Marcus Webb, drugged and photographed with an underage girl. Classic compromat. Russian. Chinese. Could be anyone. But the technique was old-school intelligence tradecraft. His phone buzzed. Simon. I've got something on Chen. You're not going to like it. What? Her adoption records. I cracked them. She was adopted from an orphanage in Tianjin. But here's the thing. The orphanage doesn't exist anymore. Burned down in 1997. All records destroyed. Convenient. Very. And there's no record of a Chen Mei in Chinese databases prior to her adoption. It's like she didn't exist before she came to America. You think her identity is fake? I think someone created a backstory for a child and placed her with an American family 34 years ago. That's a long play. That's deep cover. Brill felt the cold settle in his chest. The thing that told him this case was bigger than corporate espionage. Bigger than a desperate engineer selling secrets. Keep digging, he said. I need everything on Chen. Every job. Every relationship. Every place she's lived. What about Prentice? Him too. And find out who's really paying for his wedding. Brill ended the call. Started the engine. Drove back towards Sentinel Defense. 3 suspects. 3 burner phones. 3 financial pressures. But now he had proof. Webb was being blackmailed. Chen might be a foreign asset. And Prentice was still a mystery. Someone had orchestrated this. Someone was running an operation. And that someone was very good at their job. Brill had a name for people like that. Handlers. And handlers always left traces. He just had to find them. Chapter 5. Brill spent the rest of Tuesday watching. He followed Marcus Webb from Sentinel to a grocery store. Webb bought milk and bread and stood in the checkout line like a normal person. No dead drops. No suspicious meetings. Just a man going through the motions of his life while carrying a secret that was destroying him. At 4:30, Webb drove home. His kids ran out to meet him. 2 boys, 8 and 10. They hugged their father, and he smiled. The mask held. Brill wondered how long Webb could keep wearing it. He drove to Sarah Chen's condo in Hyde Park. Modern building. Secure parking. She arrived at 6:15. Went straight inside. Lights came on in a unit on the 4th floor. Stayed on until past midnight. No visitors. No deliveries. No one watching except Brill. Wednesday morning started the same. Webb left at 6:40. Chen left at 8:15. Prentice showed up late again, at 9. Brill sat in the Camry, drinking bad coffee and waiting for something to break. It broke at 2:30 p.m. Marcus Webb left Sentinel in the middle of the day. Not unusual by itself. People took lunch breaks, ran errands. But Webb didn't go to lunch. He drove south on Dale Mabry, past the shops and restaurants, into an older neighborhood near the airport. Brill followed 3 cars back. Webb pulled into a park. Gandy Park. Right on the bay. Picnic tables and playground equipment, and a pier stretching into the water. A few people walking dogs. A jogger on the trail. Otherwise empty. Webb parked near the restrooms. Got out. Walked to a picnic table near the tree line. Sat down. Brill parked 50 yards away. Pulled out a camera with a telephoto lens. Watched through the viewfinder. Webb looked nervous. Kept checking his phone. Looking around. His leg bounced. Classic signs of stress. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. Webb stood. Walked to the restroom. Came back 2 minutes later. Sat down again. Brill scanned the park. Looking for anyone who seemed out of place. Anyone watching. Anyone waiting. Then he saw it. A woman walking toward Webb's table. Mid-30s. Athletic build. Blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail. She wore running clothes. Sports bra and shorts. Earbuds in. Like she'd just finished a jog. But she wasn't sweating. And her shoes were too clean. She sat at the picnic table, across from Webb. Didn't look at him. Just pulled out her phone and started scrolling. Two strangers sharing public space. Nothing unusual. Except Webb reached under the table, set something on the bench, stood and walked away. The woman waited 30 seconds, then reached under the table, picked up whatever Webb had left, slipped it into the small pack strapped to her waist, stood and jogged away. Dead drop. Classic tradecraft. No conversation. No eye contact. Minimal exposure. Brill started the Camry. Followed the woman. She jogged out of the park, down a residential street, turned left on Bay to Bay Boulevard. Her pace was steady, professional. She moved like someone who did this often. Brill kept distance, drove parallel on a side street, kept her in sight through the gaps between houses. She stopped at a gray sedan parked in a strip mall lot. The same gray sedan from Sentinel's parking lot 2 nights ago. She opened the trunk, dropped the pack inside, got in the driver's seat. Brill memorized the plate as she pulled out. Florida tags. QRX 4729. He didn't follow. Didn't want to spook her. He'd gotten what he needed. Positive identification of the handler. The dead drop location. Proof that Webb was still actively compromised. He drove back to Gandy Park. Webb's Honda was gone. The park was empty, except for an old man feeding ducks by the water. Brill walked to the picnic table where Webb had sat. Looked underneath. Nothing obvious. But he noticed fresh gouges in the wood. Like something had been taped there repeatedly. An envelope. A USB drive. Whatever Webb had been leaving. He took photos. Documented everything. Then he called Simon. I need a full workup on Florida plate QRX 4729. Gray sedan. Late model. Make and model unknown. Give me 10 minutes. Brill sat at the picnic table. Waited. Watched the bay. Water stretched to the horizon. Peaceful. Beautiful. The kind of place where normal people brought their families. But there was nothing normal about what was happening here. His phone rang. Simon. The plates registered to a shell company. Gulf Coast Consulting, LLC. Incorporated in Florida 2 years ago. No employees. No office. No business activity. Who owns it? Another shell company. This one in Delaware. I'm tracing it now, but it's going to take time. These things are designed to hide ownership. What about the woman? Blonde. Athletic. Mid-30s. I'd need a photo to run facial recognition. I've got one. Brill uploaded the images from his camera. Sent them to Simon. 3 minutes passed. Then Simon came back on the line. No hits in any U.S. database. Not FBI. Not CIA. Not State Department. Not even DMV. This woman doesn't exist. Everyone exists. Not this woman. She's a ghost. Brill ended the call. Sat there thinking. A handler with no identity. A shell company with no paper trail. An operation sophisticated enough to run multiple assets simultaneously. This wasn't amateur hour. This was professional intelligence work. His phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. You're getting closer, but not close enough. Check your car. Brill stood. Walked quickly across the parking lot to the Camry. Scanned the exterior. Nothing obvious. No bombs. No tracking devices visible. He opened the driver's door. On the seat was a manila envelope. He hadn't locked the car, but he'd been watching it the whole time. Almost the whole time. The 5 minutes when he'd walked to the picnic table. Someone had been watching him while he watched Webb. Brill picked up the envelope. Heavy. Something solid inside. He opened it carefully. A phone fell out. Not a burner. A smartphone. New. The screen was on, showing a text message. Mr. Wingfield. We know who you are. We know who hired you. We know you're close to understanding. But you're missing the critical piece. Marcus Webb is not the source. He is one source. There are two others. And the person running all three is someone you've already met. This phone is clean. Use it to contact us when you're ready to learn the truth. Or keep investigating on your own and watch more people die. Your choice. Below the message was a photo. Gerald Kessler, sitting in his office at Sentinel Defense. A red laser dot on his forehead. Taken from outside. Through the window. A sniper's targeting photo. The message was clear. We can reach anyone. Anytime. Anywhere. Brill looked around the parking lot. Empty, except for the old man with the ducks. No one watching. No one visible. But they were there. Somewhere. Watching him right now. He got in the Camry. Put the phone in his pocket. Started the engine. Two others. Besides Webb. Chen and Prentice. It had to be. All three engineers. All three compromised. All three feeding secrets to the same organization. And someone was running them. Someone at Sentinel. Someone with access and authority and the ability to move freely. The obvious answer was Kessler. He had access to everything. He knew about the investigation. He'd hired Brill to investigate his own operation. But that felt wrong. Kessler was scared. Genuinely scared. Brill had seen enough fear to recognize the real thing. Unless Kessler was better at acting than Brill gave him credit for. He drove back toward his hotel. Checked the mirrors constantly. No tail. No gray sedan. No one following. But they didn't need to follow. They knew where he was staying. They knew everything. At the hotel, Brill swept the room for devices. Found 3. One in the smoke detector. One behind the TV. One in the bathroom vent. Professional installation. High-grade equipment. He left them in place. Didn't want whoever was watching to know he'd found them. Instead, he took the new phone and went to his car. Drove to a parking garage downtown. Killed the engine on the 3rd level. Sat in darkness. He opened the phone. No contacts. No apps. Just the messaging function. And one number stored under Orchid. The handler's code name. From the letters in Webb's apartment. Brill typed a message. I'm listening. 3 dots appeared immediately. Someone was waiting for his response. Good. You're smarter than most. Here's what you need to know. Gerald Kessler is not running this operation. But he knows who is. He hired you to provide cover. To make it look like he's trying to stop the leaks while actually protecting the real source. The person running the operation is someone close to Kessler. Someone he trusts. Someone he would never suspect. Who? Martin Reese. Head of Security. Former FBI. He has access to everything. He recruited all 3 engineers. Compromised them. Runs them. And he's been doing it for 3 years. Brill stared at the screen. Martin Reese. The man who'd created the Ghost Badge. The man who knew Brill was in the building. The man who controlled all security systems and protocols. Why tell me this? Because Reese is getting sloppy. He's putting the larger operation at risk. We need him removed. You're very good at removing people. Do this, and we'll give you something valuable. Information about the next target. Someone very important. Someone whose compromise would change everything. What target? Complete the job. Eliminate Reese. Then we'll talk. The conversation ended. The screen went dark. Brill sat in the car. Processing. Analyzing. Someone wanted him to kill Martin Reese. Someone who claimed to be part of the larger operation, but wanted Reese out. Internal conflict. Competing factions. Or a setup. He started the engine. Drove back to the hotel. Went inside and pretended to sleep while the hidden cameras watched. But he didn't sleep. He planned. Tomorrow, he'd confirm the information. Verify that Reese was running the operation. Find proof. And then he'd decide whether to eliminate Reese or use him to climb higher up the chain. Because Brill had learned something tonight. This wasn't about 3 engineers selling secrets. This was about a network. An organization. Something that stretched beyond Tampa. Beyond Florida. Beyond anything Gerald Kessler could imagine. And somewhere at the top of that network was someone important enough that foreign intelligence wanted them protected. Someone whose compromise would change everything. Brill closed his eyes. Tomorrow, the real investigation began. Tonight he'd rest. Chapter 6. The upload bar on the phone screen crawled to the right. 90%. 95 cent. Brill lowered the phone and tossed it onto the passenger seat of the Camry. The air conditioning was running full blast, fighting a losing war against the Florida afternoon. He was parked in the far corner of a Home Depot lot off Dale Mabry, surrounded by contractors loading lumber and suburban dads staring at mulch. It was the perfect place to be nobody. He watched the lot. He checked his mirrors. He checked the time. 1:14 p.m. He had the woman's face. He had the plate of the gray sedan. He had the drop. Now he had the weight. Simon was fast, but facial recognition algorithms on a server farm in Estonia took time to crunch. Brill leaned his head back against the headrest. He closed his eyes for 3 seconds, then opened them. He didn't sleep. He just reset the optical nerves. The woman in the park, the blonde jogger, had been good. Better than good. Her tradecraft was tight. She hadn't looked at Webb. She hadn't looked at the drop until she was moving. She hadn't checked her 6 because she already knew her route was clean, or she was arrogant enough to believe she didn't need to. Arrogance was usually where the cracks appeared. Brill picked up the cold coffee he'd bought an hour ago. He drank it black and bitter. He thought about Marcus Webb. The engineer was an amateur. Sweating, leg-bouncing, terrified. He was a tool being used until he broke. But the woman? She was the mechanic. His phone buzzed. Brill picked it up. Simon. Tell me, Brill said. The plate is a ghost, Simon said. His voice was tinny over the encrypted VoIP connection. Registered to a fleet management company in Orlando that went out of business 6 months ago. No current insurance, no updated registration. It's a burner car. And the woman? That's more interesting. And a hell of a lot more complicated. Give me the interesting part. I ran the crop of her face through the standard databases. DMV, passport control, social media scrapers. Nothing. She's got 0 digital footprint. No Instagram selfies, no LinkedIn profile, no Costco membership. In 2025, that's harder than being invisible. So she's a pro. She's a pro who knows how to scrub, Simon agreed. But she made a mistake. Or rather, someone else did. Go on. I widened the search. Ran her biometric markers against international databases and archival news footage. I got a hit. Just one. But it's a strong match. 98% confidence. Who is she? Name on the ID associated with the hit is Elena Volkov. Brill stared through the windshield at a man struggling to tie a mattress to the roof of a Kia. Russian. The name is. But the identity is synthetic. I dug into the background of Elena Volkov. It was created 4 years ago. Birth certificate issued in St. Petersburg, but the hospital records don't match the serial numbers for that year. Education records from Moscow State University that look perfect until you check the graduation program archives. She's not there. It's a legend. A backstopped identity meant to pass casual inspection but not a deep dive. So she's playing a role. She's playing a role that doesn't exist, Simon said. But here's the kicker. The hit didn't come from an ID check or a border crossing. It came from a photo dump. What kind of dump? Political. High-res event photography. The kind they put in society pages or campaign newsletters. Brill sat up straighter. Where? Check your email. I just sent the file. You need to see this. Brill pulled the phone away from his ear. He opened the secure mail app. One new message. One attachment. He tapped it. The image loaded, crisp and high contrast. It was a wide shot of a ballroom. Crystal chandeliers, round tables with white linens, men in tuxedos, women in gowns. A banner in the background read Liberty and Prosperity, a night for the future. The date stamp in the metadata was from 6 months ago. Location, the Mayflower Hotel, Washington, D.C. I'm looking at it, Brill said. Zoom in on the back right, Simon said. Near the service entrance. Brill pinched the screen. The pixels expanded. There she was. The blonde woman. Elena Volkov. She wasn't wearing running gear now. She was wearing a black evening gown, severe and expensive. Her hair was up. She wasn't the center of the photo. She was barely in the frame, standing in the periphery, holding a clutch purse, scanning the room. Her posture was identical to the woman in the park. Balanced. Ready. Watching. I see her, Brill said. She's working security. No earpiece, Simon said. No lapel pin. She's a guest. Or a ghost crashing the party. Who is she looking at? Scroll left. Center frame. The VIP table. Brill scrolled. The image shifted. The focal point of the photograph came into view. A woman stood at the head of the table, laughing, a champagne flute in her hand. She was radiant. Blonde like Elena, but softer. American. She wore a red dress that probably cost more than Marcus Webb's car. She had one hand resting on the shoulder of a man seated in front of her, the Vice President of the United States, Thomas Byrne. Brill felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. That's Catherine Byrne, Brill said. The second lady. Bingo, Simon said. And look at the eyeline. Brill looked back at Elena Volkov in the background. She wasn't scanning the room for threats. She was looking directly at Catherine Byrne. And she wasn't looking at her like a stranger. There was a familiarity in the gaze. Possession. Elena is watching her, Brill said. Or guarding her, Simon corrected. Or handling her. Careful, Simon. I'm just reading the pixels, Brill. I ran a geometric analysis on their relative positions. I found 3 other photos from the same event in the public dump. In 2 of them, Elena is within 10 feet of Catherine Byrne. Never interacting. Just hovering. Like a moon in orbit. Brill lowered the phone. He looked out at the Home Depot parking lot, but he saw the ballroom. This was supposed to be corporate espionage. A desperate engineer selling specs for a guidance system to pay off medical bills. It was supposed to be messy, but local. Now he had a ghost with a fake Russian identity, picking up a dead drop in a Tampa park, and that same ghost was standing shoulder to shoulder with the wife of the vice president in D.C. "You said the identity is fake," Brill said, bringing the phone back to his ear. "Elena Volkov is a shell," Simon said. "But the woman inside the shell is real. And she's operating in the same circles as the executive branch. Or she's stalking them. Maybe. But stalkers don't usually run dead drops with classified defense tech in Florida." "No," Brill said. "They don't." "Brill, this just jumped the fence. If this woman is connected to Catherine Byrne, or even just targeting her, and she's also running Marcus Webb, you're not looking at industrial theft anymore." "I know." "You need to walk away," Simon said. His voice dropped an octave. "This is Secret Service territory. FBI, National Security Branch. This is the kind of thing that gets people disappeared in black sites. Kessler hired me to find a leak. Kessler hired you to find a plumber, not a nuke." Brill looked at the photo again. The contrast between the two women. Catherine Byrne, the golden American wife basking in the light. Elena Volkov, the sharp-edged shadow, lurking in the dark. "What's the connection?" Brill asked. "Why is a handler in Tampa attending fundraisers in D.C.? "I don't know," Simon said. "But I found one more thing in the metadata. The photo wasn't taken by the event photographer. Who took it? It was scraped from a private server. A PR firm called Apex Strategies. They handle the vice president's image management. But the file name has a tag on it." "What tag?" "Cyrillic," Simon said. "It translates to Asset Review 4 feet. The silence on the line stretched tight. "Asset." "Simon," Brill said. "Scrub your drive. Wipe the search history for Elena Volkov. Do it now. Way ahead of you. I'm bouncing this call through 3 satellites and a toaster in Jakarta." "But Brill, what are you going to do?" Brill zoomed in on Elena Volkov's face one last time. The cold, predatory intelligence in her eyes. "I'm going to find out why a Russian ghost is watching the vice president's wife." "That's a bad idea." "It's the job." "It was the job. Now it's a death wish. Send me the address for Apex Strategies. And find me everything you can on Catherine Byrne's schedule 6 months ago." "Brill." "Send it." Brill hung up. He tossed the phone onto the seat next to the one he'd used to take the photos. He started the Camry. The engine rumbled, vibrating through the steering wheel. He wasn't walking away. He couldn't. The hook was set deep. Marcus Webb was a pawn. The USB drive was just a token. The game wasn't about Sentinel defense. It was about something else entirely. Brill put the car in gear and rolled toward the exit. He needed to think. He needed to move. He had a name, Elena Volkov. Even if it was fake, it was a handle he could grip. And he had a thread leading to Washington. But first, he had to survive Tampa. Because if Elena Volkov was half as good as she looked in that park, she already knew someone was pulling on the line. And she wouldn't just cut it. She'd come looking for the fisherman. Brill merged into traffic, his eyes constantly scanning the mirrors, looking for gray sedans, looking for ghosts. Chapter 7. The hotel room smelled of industrial lemon cleaner and stale cigarette smoke that had settled into the curtains a decade ago. Brill sat at the small round table near the window, the curtains drawn tight. The air conditioner rattled, a rhythmic mechanical cough that covered the sound of his typing. He had the laptop open. It wasn't his. It was a burner he'd bought at a pawn shop in Ybor City an hour ago for $80 cash. He'd wiped the OS and booted it from a secure Linux drive he kept in the hollow heel of his left boot. On the screen, the life of Catherine Byrne was reduced to pixels and PDF scans. His phone buzzed. Simon. I'm looking at the file, Brill said. It's boring, Simon said. I've seen more scandalous backgrounds on nuns. She's the American dream, Brill. Packaged, polished, and tied with a bow. Nobody is that boring. Catherine Byrne is. Or Catherine Morrison. Or Catherine Rostova. Take your pick. Brill scrolled to the first document. An immigration form. Faded type. Stamped with a date, November 14, 1993. Catherine Rostova, Brill read. Born Moscow, 1981. Emigrated age 12. Humanitarian visa, Simon said. Part of the post-Soviet, chaotic exodus. A lot of kids came over then. Orphanages in Moscow were overflowing, the ruble was toilet paper, and the West was feeling charitable. Who adopted her? Frank and Helen Morrison. Orthodontists from Columbus, Ohio. Salt of the earth. They couldn't have children. They went to Russia, picked out a blonde girl with big eyes, and brought her home to the suburbs. Background on the Morrisons? Squeaky clean. They paid taxes, went to church, voted Republican. Both died in a car accident in 2010. Ice patch on I-70. Catherine was the sole beneficiary. She donated half the inheritance to the local library. Convenient. Tragic, Simon corrected. But not suspicious. The police report is solid. I checked the coroner's signatures. It was an accident. Brill looked at the photo attached to the immigration paperwork. 12-year-old Catherine. She looked scared. Thin. But the eyes were the same. Intelligent. Watchful. The adoption agency? Brill asked. Hope for Tomorrow, Simon said. Based in Chicago. Let me guess. It doesn't exist anymore. Closed its doors in 1998. Records were transferred to a storage facility that flooded in 2002. It's a dead end, Brill. Just like Sarah Chen's orphanage. That's 2 dead ends. 2 adoptions from hostile nations. 2 records destroyed by acts of God. Coincidence is not evidence. In my line of work, coincidence is just a lazy explanation for a plan. Brill clicked to the next file. Education. Georgetown, Brill said. School of Foreign Service. Graduated magna cum laude, Simon said. Focus on Eurasian security. Thesis on the destabilization of post-Soviet nuclear stockpiles. It's brilliant stuff. I read it. Recruited. State Department picked her up right out of grad school. Fast track. Policy analyst for the Eastern European desk. She had the language skills, obviously. Russian, French, German. And that's where she met him. Thomas Byrne. He was a freshman senator from Virginia. Up and coming. On the Foreign Relations Committee. They met at a summit in Brussels in 2008. Whirlwind romance. Married a year later. Brill looked at the wedding photo. Catherine in white. Thomas Byrne, looking like he'd won the lottery. They were the golden couple. The narrative was perfect. The immigrant orphan, who pulled herself up by her bootstraps to marry American royalty. It's a script, Brill said. It's a life, Brill. No. It's a resume. Look at the gaps. What gaps? I just told you, I have everything. Report cards. Tax returns. Dental records. That's data. I'm talking about friction. Where are the speeding tickets? Where are the bad breakups? Where are the failed classes? Where is the messy stuff that happens when you actually live a life? Simon was silent for a moment. She has a parking ticket from 2006. 1 ticket in 40 years. She's a careful driver. She's a careful everything. This background, it's armor. It's designed to deflect inquiry because there's nothing to grab onto. It's too smooth. Brill stood up and walked to the window. He pulled the edge of the curtain back an inch. The parking lot below was quiet. The gray sedan wasn't there. But the itch was still between his shoulder blades. Elena Volkov, Brill said. The ghost in the park. She's Russian intelligence. Or acting like it. Agreed. And she's watching Catherine Byrne. Yes. So either Catherine is a target, Brill said, or she's an asset. If she's an asset, Simon said, his voice dropping, she's the most successful penetration agent in history. She sleeps next to the vice president. She has Secret Service protection. She passes a Tier 1 background check every 5 years. Who did her vetting? FBI. State Department security. The works. Did they check the adoption agency? They would have tried. Found the flood records. Confirmed the Morrisons were real. Interviewed teachers, neighbors. Everyone would say she was a lovely, quiet girl who studied hard. That's the beauty of a deep cover, Brill said. If you plant the seed early enough, the tree looks real. Brill, you're talking about a sleeper placed at age 12. That's generational planning. That's insane. It's Russian. Brill went back to the laptop. He stared at the picture of Catherine Byrne at the fundraiser. The one where Elena Volkov was lurking in the background. Run a cross-reference, Brill said. Catherine's travel dates against Elena Volkov's movements. I can't. Elena doesn't exist. Then run Catherine against the unknown. Look for anomalies in her schedule. Times she dropped off the grid. Times the Secret Service logs have gaps. Secret Service logs don't have gaps. Everything has gaps. Shifts change. Equipment malfunctions. Principals ask for privacy. Find the holes. That will take hours. Maybe days. We don't have days. Someone killed Kessler to stop this investigation. They know we're looking at the engineers. They don't know we've pivoted to DC yet. We have a window. A narrow one. Find the holes, Simon. Look for the friction. The moments where the perfect American life rubbed against reality. Brill hung up. He closed the laptop. He sat in the dim room and thought about 1993. The Soviet Union had collapsed. The KGB had shattered into fragments. Files were burned. Agents were sold. It was the Wild West. If you wanted to hide a weapon, that was the time to do it. You wouldn't hide it in a silo. You'd hide it in the suburbs. You'd give it a name, and a history and a smile. You'd wait 30 years. And then you'd use it. He looked at the photo of Catherine Byrne again. The smile didn't reach her eyes. Her eyes were like the shark's eyes. Flat. Watchful. They were the eyes of someone who was waiting. Brill stood up. He packed the laptop into his bag. He checked the Glock. The answers weren't in the digital file. The file was a construct. A fiction written by careful men in Moscow offices 3 decades ago. The truth was in the gaps. He needed to find someone who knew Catherine before she was Catherine. Before the Morrisons. Before the perfect grades and the perfect marriage. He needed to find the one piece of the puzzle they hadn't been able to scrub. He picked up the phone again. Simon. I'm working, Brill. Stop looking at Catherine. Look at the Morrisons. The adoptive parents. They're dead. Their friends aren't. Their neighbors aren't. Find me someone in Columbus who remembers the little Russian girl when she first arrived. Before she learned to be American. That's a needle in a haystack. It's the only loose thread we have. Pull it. Brill killed the connection. He grabbed his bag and walked to the door. The hotel room felt too small, too exposed. He needed to move. Because if his theory was right, Catherine Byrne wasn't just a spy. She was a masterpiece. And masterpieces were guarded. Chapter 8. Miami smelled different than Tampa. Tampa smelled of swamp water and wet asphalt. Miami smelled of money, ozone, and expensive mistakes. Brill sat in the rented Ford Explorer, the engine idling just enough to keep the compressor turning. He was parked in a visitor spot across the street from the Meridian, a glass needle rising 40 stories out of the sand in sunny Isles Beach. It was the kind of building where Russian oligarchs parked their cash and South American cartel wives parked their children. Simon had found the thread. It hadn't been a digital footprint, because Elena Volkov didn't leave those. It had been a toll transponder. The gray sedan in Tampa had been a ghost, but ghosts still had to pay to cross the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. The transponder was linked to a prepaid account, which was linked to a generic LLC, which listed a mailing address at a UPS store in North Miami Beach. Simon had flagged the account. 2 hours ago, the transponder had pinged the Alligator Alley toll plaza, heading east. Brill had beaten her there by 20 minutes. He watched the entrance. A valet, in a white vest, stood sweating by the podium. A black G-Wagon pulled up. A woman with lips that cost more than the car got out. Then the gray sedan appeared. It rolled up the paver driveway. Elena Volkov was behind the wheel. She didn't use the valet. She drove past the podium and turned into the residence's garage. The gate opened automatically. She had a transponder for that, too. Brill checked his watch. 4:12 p.m. He waited. 12 minutes later, Elena walked out of the pedestrian door on the side of the building. She had changed. Yoga pants, oversized sunglasses, a gym bag slung over her shoulder. She looked like every other trophy wife in the zip code, fighting a losing battle against gravity. She walked north, toward a boutique gym 3 blocks away. Brill gave her a 2-block lead, then got out of the Explorer. He didn't follow her. He went to the building. The front door was locked. The concierge desk was visible through the glass, staffed by a man who looked like he took his job too seriously. Brill walked around the side to the garage entrance. He waited by the gate. A Porsche Cayenne pulled up, waiting for the arm to lift. Brill walked past the driver's side window, tapping his phone like he was texting, and slipped through the gap between the gate arm and the wall just as the Porsche accelerated through. He was in. He took the service elevator. Residences' elevators required a fob. Service elevators usually required a code, but delivery drivers were lazy. They often scratched the code into the paint near the call button. He looked. There it was, faint but readable, 2419. Brill punched it in. The doors slid open. He rode to the 32nd floor. The hallway was silent, carpeted in plush gray wool that swallowed footsteps. Unit 3204 was at the end of the hall, facing the ocean. The lock was a high-end biometric keypad. Fingerprint or code. Brill pulled a small canister of compressed air and a UV light from his pocket. He sprayed the keypad, freezing the oils left by fingers. Then he hit it with the light. 4 buttons glowed faintly. 1379. The enter button had a heavy smudge. So did the 7. He tried 1937. Nothing. He tried 7391. Nothing. He tried 1739. The lock clicked. The mechanism whirred. Brill put the light away, drew the Glock, and pushed the door open. The air inside was freezing. She kept the thermostat set to morgue. He stepped in and closed the door softly behind him. He stood still, listening. The only sound was the hum of a refrigerator and the muffled roar of the ocean through the hurricane-proof glass. The apartment was vast. White marble floors. White leather furniture. Abstract art on the walls that looked like spilled ink. It was sterile. It didn't look lived in, it looked staged. A showroom for a life, not a home. Brill holstered the weapon. He put on a pair of nitrile gloves and started the search. He moved left to right, room by room. The kitchen was empty. The fridge contained 2 bottles of Voss water, a jar of pickles, and a bottle of vodka. Standard Russian diet. The living room was bare. No magazines, no mail, no personal photos. He moved to the bedroom. A king-sized bed, made with military precision. The closet was full of clothes. Expensive labels. Gucci, Prada, Balenciaga. But they were arranged by color, not function. It felt like a costume department. On the top shelf of the closet, pushed back into the corner, was a hard-sided Pelican case. Brill pulled it down and set it on the bed. It was locked. 2 heavy padlocks. He took out his lock picks. These were Abus locks, shielded shackle. Tough, but mechanical. Mechanics could be defeated. It took him 3 minutes to pop the first one, 2 minutes for the second. He opened the lid. It wasn't jewelry inside. The foam was cut to fit specific shapes. On the left, an Iridium satellite phone. Heavy black, military grade. The kind that didn't use cell towers and didn't leave metadata on Verizon servers. Next to it, a stack of small spiral-bound notebooks. Brill picked one up. One-time pads. Sheets of random number groups. Unbreakable encryption, provided you had the matching key. This was old-school tradecraft. Cold War tech. It was slow, tedious, and absolutely secure. You didn't use this to call your mother. You used this to take orders from Moscow Center. On the right side of the case were the passports. Brill fanned them out. 6 of them. United States. Name, Elena Volkov. United Kingdom. Name, Sarah Jenkins. France. Name, Marie Dubin. Canada. Name, Rachel Thorne. Brazil. Name, Anna Silva. Russia. Name, Natalia Vlaslova. The photos were all the same. The blonde woman. The jogger. The ghost. But the eyes in the photos changed. In the American passport, they were wide and friendly. In the Russian one, they were hard, dead things. Brill put the passports down. He lifted the foam insert. Underneath was a manila envelope. Unmarked. He opened it. Inside was a single 8x10 photograph. Glossy. High resolution. It wasn't a surveillance photo. It wasn't taken with a telephoto lens from a parked car. It was candid. Intimate. 2 women standing on a balcony, the DC skyline visible in the blurred background. The Washington Monument glowed like a white needle. One woman was Elena Volkov. She was laughing, her head thrown back, a glass of wine in her hand. She looked younger, softer. The hard edge was gone. The other woman had her arm around Elena's waist. She was leaning in, whispering something that made Elena laugh. It was Catherine Byrne. They weren't strangers. They weren't asset and handler. They weren't spy and target. They looked like sisters. Brill stared at the image. He looked at the way Catherine's hand rested possessively on Elena's hip. The way their bodies leaned into each other. The comfort. The history. This wasn't just a professional relationship. This wasn't blackmail. This was love. Or something damn close to it. Friends, Brill whispered to the empty room. He flipped the photo over. On the back, written in elegant, cursive Cyrillic script, were 2 words and a date. My heart. Moscow, 1999. Brill froze. Catherine Byrne had emigrated in 1993. She was supposed to be Catherine Morrison in 1999, a high school student in Columbus, Ohio, eating apple pie and going to prom. But here she was, in Moscow, with a woman who would become an SVR illegal. The gap in the resume. The friction. Catherine Byrne hadn't just been placed. She had gone back. She had maintained contact. She had a life that the background checks, the FBI vetting, and the Secret Service screeners had completely missed. Brill put the photo in his jacket pocket. He closed the Pelican case, relocked the padlocks, and put it back on the shelf exactly as he'd found it. He checked the room. No footprints. No disturbed dust. He walked to the door. He had what he came for. He had the connection. Elena Volkov wasn't just watching Catherine Byrne. She was the tether, the anchor that held the vice president's wife to the motherland. And if Brill pulled on that tether, the whole ceiling was going to come down. He slipped out into the hallway, the door clicking shut behind him. The air in the corridor was warm compared to the apartment, but Brill felt cold. He had the proof. Now he just had to stay alive long enough to use it. Chapter 9. The living room of the bungalow on Elm Street was dark, smelling of lemon pledge and the lingering stale odor of microwave popcorn. Marcus Webb unlocked the front door at 10:42 p.m. He stepped inside, dropped his keys in a ceramic bowl, and let out a sigh that sounded like a tire losing air. He rubbed his face with both hands, the friction audible in the silence. He didn't turn on the lights. He navigated by the blue glow of the street lamps filtering through the sheer curtains, heading for the kitchen. He needed a drink. Something to stop the shaking in his hands that had started 3 hours ago and hadn't quit. He opened the refrigerator. The light spilled out, illuminating the linoleum. He reached for a beer. "Close the door, Marcus." The voice came from the corner of the breakfast nook. It was low, calm, and terrifyingly distinct. Webb jerked back, slamming the refrigerator door shut. The kitchen plunged back into shadow. He scrambled for the light switch, fumbling against the wall. "Don't," Brill said. Webb froze. His hand hovered over the switch. His breathing came in short, ragged gasps. "Who's there?" "I have a gun." "I'll call the police." "You don't have a gun. You have a mortgage, a sick wife, 2 kids asleep in the back bedrooms, and a security clearance you sold for pocket change. Calling the police is the last thing you want to do." Brill struck a match. The sudden flare of orange light revealed his face for a second, the hard planes, the flat black eyes, before he shook it out. The afterimage hung in Webb's vision. "Sit down," Brill said. Webb didn't move. "What do you want?" "I want to talk about Elena." The name hit Webb like a physical blow. His knees buckled, and he slid down the wall until he hit the floor. He pulled his knees to his chest, wrapping his arms around them. A grown man reverting to a child in the dark. "Oh God," Webb whispered. "Oh God, oh God." "She drives a gray sedan," Brill said. "She picks up USB drives in parks. She wears yoga pants to blend in, but she wears evening gowns to the White House. She owns you, Marcus. I want to know how much she paid." "I didn't. I never wanted." "Get up." Brill moved. He grabbed Webb by the collar of his dress shirt and hauled him to his feet. He shoved him into one of the wooden chairs at the small kitchen table. Brill sat opposite him, the darkness hiding everything but the outline of his shoulders. "Start talking," Brill said. "The truth. No edits. If I hear a lie, I walk out that door, and tomorrow morning I mail a packet to the FBI field office on Florida Avenue. You know what happens then." "They'll kill me," Webb said. His voice was wet. "If I talk," she said, "they'd kill me." "She might," Brill said. "But if you don't talk, I definitely will. I'm the immediate threat, Marcus. Focus on me." Webb wiped his nose on his sleeve. He was shaking violently now. 8 months, he said. It started 8 months ago. The fundraiser? No. A conference. Vegas. Defense Tech Expo. I was presenting on the new guidance algorithm. Afterwards, there was a party in a suite at the Bellagio. Open bar. Expensive champagne. I don't even remember going up there. Someone handed me a drink. And then nothing. Just black. I woke up the next morning in my room. Alone. Headache like a drill bit in my temple. I thought I'd just passed out. You didn't. 3 days later, I got an email. Encrypted attachment. I opened it. Webb made a sound that was half sob, half laugh. It was a video. Show me. I deleted it. I burned the hard drive. I threw the pieces in the bay. Describe it. Webb looked down at his hands, invisible on the table. It was me. In that hotel room. There was a girl. She looked young. Too young. 14, maybe. She was unconscious. And I was. He choked on the words. I was all over her. My hands. My face. It looked real. It looked like I was assaulting her. Compromat, Brill said. Classic. The girl was probably 25 and paid scale, but on video she looks 12. And you were drugged out of your mind. It doesn't matter, Webb whispered. It looks real. They said they'd send it to the Pentagon. To the news. To my wife. So you started copying files. They told me what they wanted. Specific schematics. Project Nightfall. The targeting source code. I put them on drives. I left them where they told me. Parks. Coffee shops. Library books. And Elena? She's the contact. She calls me on the burner. Tells me where to go. Tells me what happens if I miss a drop. She knows everything, Brill. She knows my kids' names. She knows my wife's chemo schedule. She told me exactly how she'd kill them if I stopped. She won't kill them, Brill said. Dead assets don't produce intel. She needs you scared, not grieving. You don't know her. Her eyes, she looks at you like you're meat. I know her, Brill said. I was in her apartment yesterday. Webb's head snapped up. You what? I went through her things. I know who she is. I know who she works for. And I know she's done with you, Marcus. What do you mean? You gave them the source code last week. That was the crown jewel. You're tapped out. You have nothing left to sell. In intelligence work, when an asset runs dry, they become a liability. Webb went silent. The refrigerator hummed. So I'm dead, Webb said softly. Not yet. Right now, you're just loose ends. But loose ends get tied off. Brill leaned forward. Unless you become useful again. How? I told you, I gave them everything. You're going to give them one more thing. No. I can't. I'm out. I just want out. There's no out, Brill said. His voice was hard, cutting through Webb's panic. There is only through. You want to save your family. You want to keep that video from destroying your life. You do exactly what I say. What? What do you want me to do? You're going to contact her. Tomorrow. On the burner. You're going to tell her there's an update to the Nightfall code. A patch. Something critical that changes the telemetry. That's a lie. There is no patch. She doesn't know that. She's an operator, not an engineer. She'll want it. Her bosses in Moscow will want it. And then you set up a meet. Not a dead drop. A face-to-face. You tell her the file is too big for a thumb drive, or the encryption requires a biometric key. Make something up. You're the technical genius. Sell it. She'll know. She'll know I'm lying. She might. But she's greedy. And she's arrogant. She thinks she owns you. She thinks you're a terrified little man who would never dare cross her. Use that. Webb was shaking his head. I can't do it. I'll freeze. I'll throw up. You won't, Brill said. Because I'll be there. You. I'll be the shadow. I'll be the thing she doesn't see until it's too late. You just have to get her in the room. Webb stared into the darkness of the kitchen. He looked at the hallway leading to the bedrooms where his children slept. He looked at the empty beer bottle on the counter. And if I do this? Webb asked. If I bring her to you? What happens to the video? I find the master copy, Brill said. And I burn it. And me? Do I go to prison? Brill stood up. The chair scraped against the linoleum. Marcus, you sold your country out to a foreign power. You betrayed your oath. You're a traitor. Webb flinched. But, Brill continued, if you help me catch the people who did this, maybe you get to be a traitor who sleeps in his own bed instead of a cell. Maybe. He walked to the back door. He put his hand on the knob. Turn your phone on. Wait for my instructions. Do not call the police. Do not run. If you run, I won't chase you. I'll just let Elena find you. I won't run, Webb whispered. Good, Brill said. Because you're not an engineer anymore, Marcus. You're bait. He opened the door and slipped out into the humid Florida night, leaving Marcus Webb alone in the dark with his ghosts. Chapter 10. The sensation was a phantom itch between his shoulder blades. A primitive warning system Brill had learned to trust more than radar. He was being hunted. He turned the Ford Explorer onto Kennedy Boulevard, merging into the sluggish afternoon traffic. The Tampa heat was a physical weight, pressing down on the roof of the car, shimmering off the asphalt in waves of distortion. He checked the rearview mirror. 3 cars back. A dark blue Chevrolet Malibu. Fleet model. Tinted windows. Clean. Brill tapped the brakes just enough to flare the lights. The Malibu didn't slow. It closed the gap, then drifted into the left lane, maintaining a parallel pace 2 car lengths back. Professional. This wasn't the blonde woman from the park. She drove a gray sedan and had the aggressive confidence of someone who enjoyed the game. This driver was different. Disciplined. Boring. Content to hang in the blind spot and wait for a mistake. Brill didn't make mistakes. He accelerated, cutting across 2 lanes of traffic to catch a yellow light at West Shore. The Explorer's engine whined in protest. He cleared the intersection just as the light turned red. In the mirror, the Malibu ran the red without hesitation. Brill hit the gas. He took a hard right into a shopping center parking lot, weaving through the rows of parked cars. He didn't speed up. Speed drew attention. He drove with precise, fluid aggression. Down one aisle, up the next, looping back toward the exit he'd just entered. The Malibu appeared at the far end of the lot. It paused. The driver was scanning. Brill slotted the Explorer behind a delivery truck, killed the engine, and slid low in the seat. He watched through the side mirror. The Malibu rolled past slowly. Brill caught a glimpse of the driver. Male. Short hair. Sunglasses. Looking left and right with the mechanical efficiency of a turret. Not Elena. Not the blonde. This was new muscle. A cleanup crew. The blue car reached the exit, paused and turned right, merging back into the flow of Kennedy Boulevard. Brill waited 2 full minutes. The sweat on his back turned cold in the air conditioning. Someone knew he was investigating. That wasn't a surprise. But the shift in tactics was. The blonde woman had been surveillance. This blue Malibu was an interceptor. The timeline had accelerated. He pulled his phone from his pocket. Not the burner. The one Kessler had given him. He dialed Gerald Kessler's personal cell. It rang. And rang. And rang. You have reached the voicemail of. Brill ended the call. He dialed Kessler's office line. Sentinel Defense, Mr. Kessler's office. The secretary sounded harried. This is Michael Warner. I need to speak with him. I'm sorry, Mr. Warner. Mr. Kessler isn't in the office this afternoon. He left early. Did he say where he was going? No, sir. He just canceled his afternoon appointments and left. Is it urgent? Yes. Brill hung up. Kessler leaving early wasn't part of the pattern. Kessler lived for the job. He was a man who defined himself by the hours he put in, by the control he exerted over his little empire of secrets. Leaving early meant panic. Brill started the Explorer. He knew where Kessler lived. A sprawling Spanish colonial in Davis Islands, right on the water. A trophy house for a man who collected trophies. The drive took 20 minutes. Brill spent every second of it checking his mirrors. The Malibu was gone, but the itch remained. Davis Islands was quiet. Money bought silence. Manicured lawns, deep setbacks, circular driveways filled with German engineering. Brill rolled past Kessler's address. The gate was closed. The house was dark, despite the afternoon gloom settling in. Kessler's black Mercedes was parked in the driveway, not the garage. Brill parked a block away, in front of a construction site. He walked back, moving through the shadows of the palm trees lining the street. The air smelled of salt water and jasmine. He hopped the perimeter fence in a smooth motion, landing silently in the thick St. Augustine grass. He moved to the side of the house, avoiding the obvious camera angles. He knew Kessler's security system. He'd reviewed the specs in the file. It was expensive, robust, and currently disarmed. The green light on the keypad by the pool house was solid. Brill drew the Glock. The back door was unlocked. He stepped into the kitchen. It was sterile. Granite and stainless steel, looking like no one had ever cooked a meal there. A half-empty glass of scotch sat on the island. The ice had melted, leaving a layer of water on top of the amber liquid. Kessler, Brill said. His voice was low, carrying just enough to fill the room. Silence. The house hummed with the sound of the central air. Brill moved through the living room. Rugs that cost more than cars. Art that cost more than houses. He swept the ground floor. Empty. He took the stairs. The master bedroom was at the end of the hall. The double doors were ajar. Brill pushed one open with the toe of his boot. Gerald Kessler was sitting in a leather armchair facing the window. He was wearing the same suit he'd worn to Morton's in Georgetown. His head was tipped back against the leather. A small dark hole was centered in his right temple. His right hand hung over the arm of the chair, a Sig Sauer P229 dangling from his limp fingers. On the floor beneath his hand, a single brass casing caught the dim light. Brill didn't rush. He cleared the bathroom, the walk-in closet, the balcony. Only then did he approach the body. He didn't touch anything. He leaned in, studying the wound. Stippling around the entry. Contact shot. Or near contact. On the side table, next to a bottle of Macallan 25, was a folded piece of heavy bond paper. A note. Brill used a pen from his pocket to flip it open. I can't do this anymore. The pressure. The lies. I betrayed my country. I betrayed my family. I'm sorry. Short. Generic. Convincing to a beat cop who wanted to wrap up his shift and go home. Brill looked at the gun in Kessler's hand. Kessler was right-handed. He'd signed the check at Morton's with his right hand. The gun was in his right hand. The wound was in the right temple. But the angle was wrong. For the trajectory to match the exit wound, a mess of bone and tissue on the left side of the headrest, Kessler would have had to hold the gun at an awkward upward cant, wrist broken back. It was unnatural. And there was the glass downstairs. One drink. Melted. Kessler hadn't come up here and shot himself immediately. He'd had a drink. Or someone had poured him one. Brill looked at Kessler's face. The eyes were half open, staring at nothing. "You didn't write that note, Gerald," Brill whispered. This was a cleanup. The blue Malibu hadn't been looking for Brill. It had been leaving. The network was closing ranks. They had realized Brill was getting close, that Webb was compromised, that the leak was plugging up. So they cut the loose end. They silenced the man who had hired the investigator. Brill stood up. He holstered the Glock. He was off the payroll. The client was dead. The contract was void. A smart man would walk away. Drive the Explorer to the airport, fly to Europe, and disappear for 6 months until the heat died down. Brill looked at the dead man in the expensive chair. He thought about the 3 engineers. He thought about the handler in the park. He wasn't a smart man. He was a stubborn one. They thought killing Kessler stopped the investigation. They thought it closed the loop. They were wrong. Brill took the note. He folded it and put it in his pocket. He walked out of the room, leaving the dead man to the silence of his empty house. Chapter 11. The motel was called the Blue Heron, though the neon sign had shorted out on Heron years ago, leaving only the blue buzzing and a sickly electric azure against the humid night. It sat on a stretch of US 41 that smelled of diesel fumes and swamp rot. The carpet in room 12 was sticky, and the air conditioner rattled like a lawnmower choking on wet grass. Brill didn't care about the aesthetics. He cared about the sightlines, clear view of the parking lot through the sheer curtains, and the concrete block walls that were thick enough to stop a small caliber round. He sat on the edge of the mattress, the orchid phone on the nightstand next to his own scrub device. He had wiped the Glock down, checked the action, and reloaded the magazine he'd topped off after the parking garage shooting. Routine. Muscle memory. A way to keep the hands busy while the mind processed the image of Gerald Kessler with a hole in his head. Kessler was a loose end that had been snipped. Brill was a loose end that was currently fraying. His secure line buzzed. "Simon." Brill picked up. "Tell me you found something better than a dead man in a leather chair." "I heard about Kessler," Simon said, his voice lacking its usual manic energy. Police scanner traffic picked up at 10 to 79 on Davis Islands. Suspicious death. High profile. They're locking the neighborhood down. "They're cleaning up," Brill said. "It's done. Move on." "What about the Pelican case?" "I hope you're sitting down, Brill. Or drinking. Both, preferably. I'm in a motel room that costs $39 a night. The water in the tap is brown. Just give me the intel." "I took the serial numbers you grabbed from the Iridium sat phone in Alina's condo," Simon said. "And I ran the sequences from the photos of the one-time pads. It took some doing. I had to bounce a signal off a weather satellite to mirror her uplink protocols without tripping the NSA tripwires. But I got into the handshake." "The handshake?" "The digital handshake between her hardware and the receiver. Brill, she's not calling a burner in Miami. She's not calling a cutout in DC. That phone is hard-coded to a dedicated receiver array in the Yasenivo district." Brill stared at the water stain on the ceiling. "Moscow." "SVR headquarters," Simon confirmed. "Directorate S, the illegals program. This isn't a rogue operation. This isn't a mercenary group. Elena Volkov is a full-bird officer of the Foreign Intelligence Service, operating under deep cover without diplomatic immunity. She is a ghost in the machine. We knew she was Russian, Brill said. We suspected SVR. Suspecting is one thing. Seeing the architecture is another. This network, it's ancient, Brill. I'm looking at the transmission logs. They didn't just start this up to steal the Nightfall specs. The handshake protocol uses legacy code from the late 90s. This infrastructure has been sitting dormant, waking up for heartbeat checks, and going back to sleep for 30 years. Sleeper cells. Deep sleepers. The kind you plant and water for a generation before you harvest. I decrypted a cache of archived burst transmissions. They keep backups on the cloud, masked as corrupted image files on a dummy server in Estonia. The encryption was heavy, 256-bit AES wrapped in a chaotic cipher, but they made a mistake. They reused a key from 2004. What's in the messages? Status reports. Financial requests. Target assessments. It's a ledger of treason, Brill. But here's the kicker. I ran a keyword search through the decrypted archive. I was looking for Webb or Sentinel or Kessler. I found nothing on them prior to 8 months ago. But I ran a search for the name on the back of that photo you found. The one in the condo. Catherine, Brill said. Not just Catherine. I searched for Catherine Morrison. The name she used in Ohio. The name she used before she married the vice president. Brill stood up. He walked to the window, peering through the gap in the curtains. The parking lot was empty, except for his Explorer and a rusted-out pickup truck. And November 14, 1998, Simon read. A burst transmission from a handler operating out of Chicago. Subject, Asset Morrison. Content, placement successful. Integration, proceeding. Subject has achieved honor roll status. Social adaptation, nominal. Requesting authorization for Phase 2 funding. Brill felt the cold settle in his gut again. 1998. She was 17. There's more, Simon said. August 2001. Transmission from a handler in D.C. Subject, Asset Morrison. Content, University acceptance confirmed. Georgetown SFS. Path to State Department established. Proceed with isolation protocols. Isolation protocols. Cutting ties, Brill said, answering the question himself. Making sure she didn't get too attached to the adoptive parents. Or anyone else who wasn't part of the mission. Exactly. And then Brill. June 2008. Subject, Asset Rostova, they switched to her birth name here. Content, Target acquisition. Thomas Byrne. Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Profile match 99%. Engagement initiated. They set her up, Brill whispered. They didn't just place her. They steered her. They moved her across the board like a queen until she was standing next to the king. She's not an asset, Brill, Simon said, his voice trembling slightly. She's not a source they recruited. She's an officer. She's one of them. She has been since she was a child. They grew her. They manufactured the perfect American wife and handed her to the man who is now one heartbeat away from the nuclear football. Brill paced the small room. 3 steps to the wall, turn 3 steps back. This changed the geometry of the entire battlefield. Webb was a distraction. Sentinel defense was a slush fund or a test run. The real operation was standing on a podium in Washington, waving to the cameras. What about the recent traffic? Brill asked. Between Elena and Moscow. High volume, Simon said. Since you started kicking over rocks in Tampa, the chatter has spiked. I decrypted a message from yesterday. Time-stamped 2 hours after you met Brennan in the park. Read it. Recipient, Moscow Center. Sender, Nightingale. Message, the mechanic is a problem. Local containment failed. He knows the connection. requesting immediate extraction of the heart. The heart, Brill said. That's what she wrote on the photo. My heart. Catherine is the heart, Simon said. And Elena, Nightingale, is asking to pull her out. They're going to burn the mission, Brill. They're going to extract the vice president's wife and run her back to Russia. They won't run her yet, Brill said. Not until they're sure, I know. Not until they know the cover is blown completely. Extraction is the nuclear option. It admits guilt. It destroys 30 years of work. Brill, you killed 2 of their people. You found their safe house. You know her name. The cover is blown. Kessler is dead, Brill said. To them, that might look like a clean sweep. They might think they've stopped the leak. You think they're going to wait? I think they're arrogant. They've gotten away with this for 3 decades. They won't abandon the White House unless they have no other choice. Elena is asking for extraction. That doesn't mean Moscow granted it. I can't decrypt the replies, Simon admitted. The downlink encryption is different. Stronger. It doesn't matter. We know what she is now. We know the scope. What do we do with this? Simon asked. Do I send it to the FBI? The Post. This brings down the administration, Brill. This creates a constitutional crisis the size of the moon. No FBI, Brill said. Kessler tried to keep the FBI out, and look where he is. If Catherine Byrne is an SVR plant, she has eyes inside the bureau. She has eyes everywhere. If we send this file, we don't just start a crisis. We warn her. And then she disappears. So we sit on it. No. We use it. Use it how? I need to talk to Carver. Your old handler. He's retired. He's out of the game. Nobody is ever out of the game, Brill said. Carver has connections at Langley that aren't political. The kind of people who hunt moles for sport. I need a face-to-face. He's in Virginia, Simon said. Horse farm near Middleburg. He thinks he's a gentleman farmer now. Get me the address. And Simon, keep watching the traffic. If the order comes through to extract her, I need to know before she packs a bag. I'm on it. But Brill, be careful. You're not fighting a drug cartel or a gangbanger. You're fighting a nation-state. And they are very angry. Good, Brill said. Angry people make mistakes. He hung up. He looked at the phone in his hand. It felt heavier, loaded with the weight of the data Simon had just dumped. Catherine Byrne. Catherine Morrison. Catherine Rostova. She wasn't just a spy. She was a masterwork of intelligence engineering. A biological weapon aimed at the heart of the American executive branch. And she had been active since 1998. Brill grabbed his bag. He wiped the room, checking for anything he might have left behind. A wrapper. A hair. A print. He left nothing. He walked out into the humid night air. The neon sign buzzed, the blue. He got into the Explorer and started the engine. He didn't turn the lights on until he was at the edge of the lot. He turned the vehicle north, toward the interstate, toward Virginia. The pawn in Tampa was dead. The game had moved to the board where the kings and queens lived. And Brill was coming to flip the table. Chapter 12. The Georgia state line blurred past at 3 a.m., a green reflective sign swallowed instantly by the rearview mirror. The Ford Explorer hummed a monotonous, low-frequency vibration that traveled up through the steering column and settled in Brill's elbows. He didn't stop until South Carolina. He pulled into a 24-hour truck stop off I-95, a brightly lit island of concrete in a sea of pine trees and darkness. The air brakes of idling semis hissed like angry snakes. Brill parked in the back row, away from the lights, facing out. He left the engine running for a moment, watching the lot. A tired family in a minivan. A trucker checking his tires with a thumper. A state trooper drinking coffee in a cruiser near the exit. Routine. Safe. Brill killed the engine and picked up the phone. He didn't call Simon. He didn't call Carver. He opened the encrypted cache Simon had dumped onto the device in the motel room. Simon had given him the headlines, the handshake, the sleeper status, the SVR connection. But headlines were for civilians. Brill needed the fine print. He needed to see the mechanics of the lie. He sat in the dark cab, the blue light of the screen illuminating his face, and he began to read. He started at the beginning. Not the American beginning in Ohio, but the real beginning. Simon had managed to decrypt a fragmented personnel file attached to the 1998 Phase 2 authorization. It was a scan of a scan, typed on a typewriter that had punched holes in the paper. Subject: Ekaterina Rostova. Recruitment date: June 1989. Age 8. Location: Vorkuta State Orphanage No. 4. Brill did the math. 8 years old. They hadn't just recruited a teenager, they had taken a child. They had selected her for intelligence, for language aptitude, for psychological malleability. He scrolled down. Training protocols, 1989 to 1993. Immersion, English, American Midwest dialect. Cultural indoctrination, complete. Psychological conditioning, loyalty imprinting successful. Empathy suppression, nominal. Empathy suppression, Brill whispered. He looked out at the truck stop. He watched a father in the minivan hand a juice box to a toddler in a car seat. It was a small, human gesture. Catherine Byrne, Ekaterina, had been stripped of that capacity before she hit puberty. They had hollowed her out and filled the empty space with the mission. He moved to the next file. The placement. November 1993. The humanitarian visa. The Morrisons in Columbus. The report from her handler in Chicago was chilling in its bureaucratic detachment. Host-family bond established. Subject mimics affection within acceptable parameters. Host mother effectively neutralized as a threat to operational security due to high emotional need. She hadn't loved Helen Morrison. She had managed her. A 12-year-old girl, analyzing her adoptive mother's emotional needs and exploiting them to secure her cover. Brill rubbed his eyes. The fatigue was waiting behind his eyelids, heavy and gray. He pushed it back. He skipped ahead to 2001. Georgetown. This wasn't an accident. It wasn't a bright student following her dreams. It was a guided missile. Directive 44 Alpha. Target sector, U.S. Department of State. Method, academic excellence pathway. Support, asset professor to ensure recommendations for internship. They had help. Professors. Admissions officers. The network wasn't just Catherine. It was the infrastructure that paved the road beneath her feet. She walked into the State Department, not because she was qualified, though she certainly was, but because the doors had been unlocked from the inside before she even reached the handle. Then came the pivot. 2008. Brill pulled up the file Simon had flagged. Target acquisition, Thomas Byrne. Byrne was a freshman senator then. A rising star on the Foreign Relations Committee. A man with ambition written in his smile, and the White House written in his future. The Russians had seen it before the American voters did. Brill read the operational plan. It was scripted like a play. Location, Brussels Security Summit. Event, Gala Dinner, June 14th. Action, asset to be seated at table 4. Visual contact established at 1900. Introduction via intercepted drink order at 1945. Intercepted drink order, Brill muttered. He could see it. The waiter bumping into her. The spilled wine. The apology. The handsome senator stepping in to offer a napkin, a fresh glass, a conversation. It looked like fate. It looked like a romantic comedy, meet cute. It was a tactical maneuver. She hadn't fallen in love with Thomas Byrne. She had acquired him. She had assessed his vulnerabilities, his ego, his idealism, his need for a partner who looked the part of a statesman's wife, and she had mirrored them back to him. She married him on purpose. This was the impossible truth that settled in the cab of the Explorer like a lead weight. This wasn't opportunistic espionage. This wasn't a diplomat getting compromised by a honey trap in a hotel room. This was a 30-year investment. They had grown her for him. Brill looked at the photo of the wedding again. Catherine in white, smiling at Thomas. He looked closer at her eyes. There was nothing there. No joy. No nervousness. Just the calm, flat satisfaction of an operative who had successfully completed a difficult phase of the mission. She had spent 15 years sleeping next to him, listening to him breathe, raising a daughter with him. And every morning, she woke up and chose the lie. Brill put the phone down on the center console. He picked up his coffee. It was cold. The scope of it was staggering. If Catherine Byrne was an illegal, fully activated and embedded in the vice president's residence, she didn't just steal secrets. She shaped them. She whispered in his ear. She softened his stance on sanctions. She nudged his attention toward one crisis and away from another. She wasn't just a leak. She was a steering mechanism. And she had backup. Elena Volkov. The professor at Georgetown. The handlers in Chicago. The network was vast, silent, and patient. Brill looked at the state trooper near the exit. The officer was finishing a donut, laughing at something on his radio. He had no idea. The people in the minivan had no idea. They thought the war was over there across the ocean, fought with tanks and drones. They didn't know the war was sitting at the breakfast table in the Naval Observatory. Brill started the engine. The vibration returned to his hands. He wasn't investigating a crime anymore. He was looking at a coup in slow motion. A decapitation strike that didn't use a single bullet. He put the Explorer in gear. Virginia was 4 hours away. Carver was waiting. And for the first time in a long time, Brill wasn't sure if one man, or even two, was enough to stop what was coming. But he knew one thing. Catherine Byrne had spent 30 years building a fortress of lies. He was bringing the sledgehammer. Chapter 13. Virginia greeted him with a gray, soupy dawn that clung to the windshield and turned the pine trees into jagged ghosts. Brill had been driving for 6 hours. The caffeine from the South Carolina truck stop had burned off somewhere around the North Carolina border, leaving behind a gritty, vibrating fatigue that felt like sand in the gears of his mind. He kept the window cracked an inch. The roar of the wind and the damp morning air were the only things keeping him tethered to the road. He bypassed Richmond, taking the beltway around the sleeping city. The traffic was light, early shift commuters and long-haul truckers pushing for D.C. before the gridlock set in. They were driving toward the capital of the free world. Brill was driving toward a bomb crater. He needed to talk to Carver. Carver was the man who had taught Brill that the truth was just a lie that hadn't been discovered yet. He was retired now, living the gentleman farmer life on a sprawling property near Middleburg, pretending he cared about soil pH and heritage breed horses. But men like Carver didn't retire. They just went dormant. They sat on their porches and watched the horizon, waiting for the smoke signals that meant the world was burning again. Brill checked the Orchid phone. The battery was holding at 40%. The encrypted cache Simon had dumped, The birth records, the handler logs, the wedding photos, sat inside the device like a radioactive isotope. He couldn't just drive up to Carver's gate. Not with this. If the Russians were monitoring traffic, if they had algorithms sniffing for anomalies, a direct approach might burn the only bridge Brill had left. He pulled off I-95 at Fredericksburg. He navigated through the waking town, past the strip malls and the battlefields where men had died for a different kind of union. He found a diner on the outskirts, a chrome and brick relic called the Patriot. He parked in the back, next to a dumpster that smelled of yesterday's grease. He didn't go inside. He walked across the cracked asphalt to a payphone mounted on the brick wall. It was a dinosaur, the metal casing scarred by graffiti and cigarette burns. Most of them didn't work anymore. This one had a dial tone that hummed with a static scratch. Brill fed it coins. He didn't use the Orchid phone. He didn't use the burner he'd bought in Florida. He used the landline, routing the call through a calling card he'd bought in Ocala with cash. He dialed a number that hadn't changed in 20 years. It rang 4 times. Hardware, a voice said. Gravel and rust. It's not about the hardware, Brill said. It's about the software. Silence on the line. A pause that stretched 2 seconds too long. You're on a dead line, Carver said. I thought you were in Florida. I thought you were finding a leak. I found it. Good. Plug it and get paid. It's not a leak, Carver. It's a flood. Don't be dramatic. It doesn't suit you. Catherine Byrne, Brill said. The silence returned. This time, it was heavier. It had weight. What about her? Carver asked. His tone had shifted. The annoyance was gone, replaced by the flat, neutral cadence of an interrogator. She's not from Ohio, Brill said. She's from Vorkuta. Orphanage number 4. Recruitment date, 1989. Placement date, 1993. She's a Directorate S illegal, Carver. And she's active. You're tired, Carver said. You've been driving all night. You're seeing ghosts. I have the files. Decrypted handler logs. Burst transmissions from 1998. Target acquisition orders for Thomas Byrne from 2008. I have a photo of her in Moscow in 1999 with her arm around an FSB officer named Elena Volkov. Stop talking. I have the proof, Carver. The vice president's wife is a Russian intelligence officer. She's been running him for 15 years. I said stop talking. I need to come in. I need a secure environment. I can't sit on this. The line clicked. A hollow, mechanical sound. Carver. Give me an hour, Carver said. I don't have an hour. I have a target on my back and a phone full of treason. You'll wait, Carver said. If what you're saying is true, if even 10% of it is true, you just walked into a room full of nitroglycerin with a lit match. Don't move. Don't call anyone else. Don't breathe unless you have to. Carver. The line went dead. Brill stood there, holding the plastic receiver. He listened to the dial tone. It sounded like a flat line. He hung up. He checked his watch. 6:12 a.m. An hour. He walked into the diner. It smelled of coffee, bacon grease, and floor wax. A waitress with hair the color of dried straw looked up from the counter. Just coffee, Brill said. Black. To go. He paid with a $5 bill and left the change. He took the styrofoam cup back to the Explorer. He didn't drink it. He sat in the driver's seat, the engine off, the windows cracked. He watched the parking lot. He ran the scenario. Carver had hung up. That meant one of two things. Either he thought Brill had finally snapped, lost his mind in the paranoia of the trade, and he was calling a cleaning crew to put a rabid dog down. Or he believed him. And if he believed him, Carver was currently making calls that would wake up people who slept with guns under their pillows. The sun broke the tree line. It hit the hood of the Explorer, glaring off the dust. Brill checked the time. 6:24. He watched a delivery truck pull in. A man unloaded crates of eggs. Normal life. The eggs would be scrambled. People would eat them. They would go to work. They would vote. They would trust the system. They didn't know the system was rotting from the head down. 6:45. A police cruiser rolled through the lot. Brill slid lower in the seat. The cop didn't look at the Explorer with the Georgia plates. He was looking for coffee and a bagel. Brill touched the orchid phone in his pocket. It was warm. Or maybe that was just his hand. If Carver burned him, Brill had one card left. He could go public. He could dump the files to the Washington Post, to the New York Times. He could burn the whole house down. But that wouldn't stop Catherine. She'd deny it. She'd claim the files were forged. Russian disinformation. A deep fake. She was the vice president's wife. She had the credibility. Brill was a ghost with a history of violence. They'd bury him, and the lie would survive. 7:10. The payphone rang. It was a shrill, mechanical sound that cut through the morning air. Brill got out of the car. He walked to the phone. He didn't run. He picked it up on the third ring. Yes. Route 50, Carver said. West. Past Middleburg. Take the gravel road 3 miles past the bridge. There's a gate. The code is 9944. Drive to the main house. Park in the barn. Who else is there? Nobody you know. And everybody you need to fear. Carver, if this is a setup. It's not a setup, Brill. It's a crisis meeting. You just triggered a DEFCON 1 event in your sweatpants. I'm wearing jeans. Get here. Fast. And Brill. Yeah. Check your tail. If you bring anyone with you, I won't open the gate. I'll just blow the bridge. Click. Brill hung up. He walked back to the Explorer. He tossed the cold coffee into the bushes. He started the engine. He checked the mirrors. The lot was clear. The road was clear. He pulled out onto the highway. Carver hadn't dismissed him. He hadn't called him crazy. He sounded scared. Brill had known Carver for 12 years. He had seen him walk into a room with 3 armed men and walk out wiping blood off his knuckles. He had seen him dismantle a bomb with a pair of wire cutters and a stick of gum. He had never heard him scared. Until now. Brill drove west. The sun rose higher, burning off the mist, but the world didn't get any brighter. It just got sharper, more defined. The gravel road was where Carver said it would be. A narrow cut in the trees, unmarked. Brill turned in. The tires crunched on stone. Dust billowed behind him. He reached the gate. Iron. 12 feet high. A keypad on a post. He punched in 9944. The gate swung open, silent and heavy. Brill drove through. The property opened up. Rolling green hills. White fences. Horses grazing in the distance. A massive stone farmhouse sat on a rise commanding the valley. It looked like a postcard of the American gentry. But Brill noticed the cameras in the trees. He noticed the way the landscaping was cut to deny cover. He noticed the glint of something metallic on the roof of the barn. He drove to the barn. The big double doors were open. He pulled the Explorer inside. The smell of hay and leather hit him. He killed the engine. Carver was waiting. He sat on a bale of hay, wearing work boots, jeans, and a flannel shirt. He looked like a grandfather, except for the shotgun resting across his knees. And the man standing next to him. The man was younger. 40s. Suit. No tie. He held a tablet in one hand and looked like he wanted to be anywhere else. Brill got out of the car. He kept his hands visible. "You made good time," Carver said. He didn't stand up. "I didn't hit traffic," Brill said. "Who's the suit?" "This is Davis," Carver said. "CIA. Counterintelligence." Davis stepped forward. He didn't offer a hand. He looked at Brill like he was a contagion. "We scanned your phone when you came through the gate. The decryption key Simon used, it's messy." "It worked," Brill said. "It worked," Davis admitted. "We've been running the raw data for the last 40 minutes. Cross-referencing with our own archives. The 1998 transmission log matches a frequency burst we intercepted out of Chicago but could never decode." "So it's real," Brill said. Davis looked at Carver. Then he looked at Brill. "It's worse than real. It's catastrophic." Carver stood up. He broke the shotgun open, ejected the shells, and set it against the wall. A gesture of truce. Or resignation. "Come inside," Carver said. "We need whiskey. And we need to figure out how to keep the world from ending before lunch." "Why?" Brill asked. "We have the proof. Arrest her. Pull her in." Carver stopped. He turned to look at Brill. His face was lined with the kind of exhaustion that sleep couldn't fix. "We can't arrest her, Brill," Carver said softly. "If we arrest the vice president's wife for being a Russian spy, the government falls. Faith in the institutions collapses. The markets crash. And the Russians, they'll know we know. They'll have contingencies. So what do we do?" "We have to be smarter than they were," Davis said. "And they had a 30-year head start." "We go inside," Carver repeated. "We look at the options." "And Brill?" "Yeah. You better hope one of those options doesn't involve starting World War III." Brill followed them toward the house. The sun was warm on his back, but he didn't feel it. He just felt the weight of the phone in his pocket. The dilemma wasn't whether to tell the truth. The dilemma was whether the truth would kill them all. Chapter 14. The whiskey was single malt, older than the problem on the table, and it burned going down like liquid smoke. Brill sat at a heavy oak table in Carver's study. The room smelled of leather bindings and gun oil. Sunlight slanted through the dust motes dancing in the air, trying to make the morning look innocent. It wasn't working. Davis, the CIA man, stood by the fireplace. He hadn't touched his drink. He was vibrating with the kind of nervous energy that usually preceded a government collapse. 2 years, Davis said. He wasn't looking at Brill. He was looking at a map of Eastern Europe pinned to the wall. "We've known there was a hemorrhage for 2 years. We lost assets in Kiev. We lost a listening post in Sebastopol. We scrubbed the embassy, we polygraphed the station chiefs, we tore the walls down looking for bugs." He turned. His face was gray. "We never looked at the vice president's pillow." "Because you didn't want to," Brill said. He swirled the amber liquid in his glass. "It's easier to blame a bad cable than admit the second lady is taking notes." "We didn't have the origin point," Davis snapped. "We had symptoms. You brought us the disease." Carver leaned against the doorframe, his shotgun broken open and resting in the crook of his arm. "Calm down, Davis. Finger-pointing is for politicians. We're mechanics. What's the damage assessment?" Davis walked to the table. He placed a secure tablet on the wood. He keyed in a sequence, and a file opened. "Thomas Byrne," Davis said. "Vice President. Former Senator. Eagle Scout. He believes in the sanctity of institutions. He believes in the goodness of the American project. And he absolutely, unequivocally adores his wife." "He's blind," Brill said. "He's in love," Carver corrected. Same thing in our line of work. Here's the problem, Davis said, tapping the screen. A timeline appeared. 72 hours from now, the president is undergoing a minor surgical procedure. Anesthesia. Standard protocol dictates the transfer of authority to the vice president for a duration of approximately 4 hours. 4 hours is a long time, Brill said. It gets worse, Davis said. During that window, the Joint Chiefs are scheduled to brief the acting president, Byrne, on Operation Trident. Ukraine? Brill asked. Davis nodded. A covert insertion of cyber warfare assets into the Russian power grid. A kill switch. It's been in the works for 6 months. If we pull the trigger, we can shut down Moscow's infrastructure in 10 minutes. It's our primary deterrent against a tactical nuke deployment. And Byrne gets the codes, Brill said. He gets the targets. The timing. The insertion vectors. He gets the keys to the kingdom. And he takes them home to dinner, Carver said. The room went silent. The clock on the mantel ticked loudly. If Catherine Byrne gets those codes, Brill said, Moscow doesn't just block the operation. They reverse it. They use our own backdoor to cripple us. Exactly, Davis said. Thousands of casualties. Maybe more. A total strategic collapse. So cancel the briefing, Brill said. Postpone the surgery. We can't, Davis said. The president's condition is time-sensitive. And the operation is already staged. Assets are in place. If we blink, we lose the window. Then bring Byrne in, Brill said. Sit him down. Show him the file. Show him the wedding photo from 1999. Break his heart to save the country. Davis laughed. It was a sharp, bitter sound. You don't understand politics, Mr. Wingfield. Thomas Byrne isn't just a husband. He's a brand. If we tell him his wife is an SVR colonel, he won't believe us. He'll think it's a deep state coup. He'll think the CIA is trying to frame her to undermine the administration. He'll fight us. He'll go public. And then Catherine runs, Brill said. She runs, Davis agreed. And she takes everything she knows with her. Or worse, she stays. She plays the victim. She claims it's a witch hunt. The media eats it up. The country tears itself apart. Meanwhile, the Russians still get the intel because she's still in the house. So you need her gone, Brill said. Before the briefing. We need her neutralized, Davis said. We need the threat removed without the vice president knowing it was us. Without the public knowing the truth. Without triggering a constitutional crisis. Carver pushed off the door frame. He walked to the window and looked out at his horses grazing in the mist. You want a ghost, Carver said. I want a solution, Davis said. The agency can't touch this. Domestic operation against an elected official's family. It's illegal. It's treason if we get caught. We need someone off the books. Someone deniable. Someone who doesn't exist. They both looked at Brill. Brill finished his whiskey. He set the glass down on the heavy oak table. You want me to kill the vice president's wife, Brill said. I didn't say that, Davis said quickly. I said neutralize. Contain. Extract. Whatever the terminology, the result must be absolute silence. She has Secret Service protection, Brill said. 24/7. The detail isn't a mall cop patrol. They're the best in the world. They'll shoot me before I get within 50 yards. They protect her from external threats, Davis said. They don't protect her from her past. They don't protect her from herself. And she's trained, Brill added. She's not a trophy wife. She's Directorate S. She survived 30 years deep cover. She's lethal. We can provide support, Davis said. Intelligence. Satellite overwatch. We can jam comms. We can loop cameras. But the kinetic action, That has to be you. Why me? Because you're the only one who knows who she really is, Carver said, turning back from the window. And because you're the only one crazy enough to take the job. Brill looked at the map on the wall. The lines drawn in red ink. The borders that men died to protect. He thought about the truck stop in South Carolina. The toddler in the car seat. The world that existed because men like Davis and Carver kept the monsters in the dark. But sometimes the monster was in the light. Sometimes the monster was smiling on the evening news. 72 hours, Brill said. 68 now, Davis corrected, checking his watch. If I do this, Brill said, I do it my way. No handlers. No oversight. If I get caught, I'm a lone nut with a conspiracy theory. You never saw me. Agreed, Davis said. And one more thing. Name it. If she runs, Brill said. If she activates the network. If she tries to burn it down on her way out. Then you burn her, Carver said. His voice was soft, like gravel under tires. You burn it all. Brill stood up. He picked up the Orchid phone. Get me her schedule, Brill said. Get me the Secret Service rotation. And get me a floor plan of the Naval Observatory. Davis pulled a flash drive from his pocket. He slid it across the table. It's all there, Davis said. We've been ready for this conversation for 2 hours. Brill took the drive. It was small, black, innocent. It contained the blueprints for a murder that would save a nation. I'm leaving, Brill said. Don't follow me. He walked out of the study, out of the farmhouse, into the morning sun that was burning off the ghosts. He got into the Explorer. He started the engine. He wasn't investigating anymore. He wasn't hunting a leak. He was going to war with the White House. Chapter 15. The safe house wasn't a house. It was a storage container converted into a living space, buried under a hill on a plot of land in West Virginia that didn't exist on county tax maps. Carver kept it for days when the world was too loud. Brill sat on a folding chair, the metal cold against his jeans. The air inside smelled of recycled oxygen and damp earth. On the plywood table in front of him, the CIA flash drive was plugged into his laptop. The screen glowed with the details of Operation Trident. It wasn't just a cyber attack. It was a digital decapitation. Brill read the operational summary. The malware payload, codenamed Chimera, had been dormant in the Russian power grid control systems for 6 months. It was designed to target the cooling regulators of 3 major hydroelectric dams and the switching stations for the Moscow metro area. If activated, it wouldn't just turn off the lights. It would overload the turbines. It would cause catastrophic failures in heating infrastructure during winter. It would freeze a city of 12 million people. Thousands could die, Brill whispered. He scrolled to the casualty estimates. The CIA analysts were cold in their math. Hypothermia risk, high. Hospital infrastructure failure, 90% probability. Civil unrest, certain. This was the stick the president intended to wave at Moscow to stop them from deploying a tactical nuke in Ukraine. It was a weapon of mass destruction disguised as code. And in 68 hours, Thomas Byrne, the man who loved his wife more than his country, was going to be handed the detonator. Brill's phone buzzed. Simon. I'm seeing the traffic spike again, Simon said. Moscow Center is screaming. They know something is happening. They don't know what, but they know the timing is critical. They know about Trident, Brill said. They suspect, Simon corrected. They know the White House is planning something big. They know the president is going under for surgery. They know the window of vulnerability is opening. What they don't have are the targets. And Catherine is supposed to get them. She's the failsafe, Brill, If she gets those codes, she sends them to Moscow. Moscow patches the vulnerability before we can execute. Then they launch their nuke, knowing we can't hit back. It's checkmate. It's worse, Brill said. If she gets the codes, she doesn't just patch the hole. She reverses the polarity. She uses Chimera to burn down our own grid. She turns the weapon around. Jesus. Simon's breathing was audible over the encrypted line. Brill, we have to stop this. We have to call the FBI. Send in the hostage rescue team. Raid the Naval Observatory. Arrest her. We can't. Why the hell not? She's a foreign agent inside the vice president's house. This is what the FBI exists for. Think it through, Simon. Think like a politician. I'm thinking like a patriot. You arrest her, you interrogate her, you neutralize the threat. You arrest her, Brill said, his voice flat, and you tell the world that the vice president has been sleeping with a Russian spy for 15 years. You tell the world that the American government is compromised at the highest level. The markets crash. The dollar collapses. NATO fractures because our allies can't trust us with a lunch order, let alone nuclear secrets. So what? It's the truth. The truth breaks the country, Brill said. And while we're picking up the pieces of our broken democracy, Russia invades the Baltics. China takes Taiwan. The world burns because we admitted we were stupid. Simon was silent. Brill could hear the hum of servers in the background, the sound of a machine that dealt in logic, trying to process a variable that was purely human. It's a diplomatic nightmare, Simon said finally. It's the end of American credibility. Exactly. Arresting her triggers the collapse we're trying to prevent. So what's the alternative? We just let her stay. No. Then what? We force her to defect. We put her on a plane. She won't go, Brill said. She's a true believer. 30 years deep. She's not doing this for money. She's doing it for the motherland. You don't flip someone like that. You don't reason with them. Then there's no solution. There's one solution, Brill said. He looked at the casualty estimates on the screen. Hospital infrastructure failure, 90% probability. What solution? Simon asked. We make her disappear. Disappear? You mean extract her? Black bag job. I mean she vanishes. Permanently. No arrest. No trial. No scandal. One day she's the second lady. The next day she's a tragic mystery. A missing person. A grieving husband. A country united in sympathy, not divided by treason. Brill, Simon whispered. You're talking about assassination. I'm talking about direct action. Surgical. Deniable. Necessary. You can't just kill the vice president's wife. The Secret Service will turn D.C. into a parking lot looking for you. They won't be looking for me. They'll be looking for a ghost. For an accident. For a tragedy. It's suicide. She has the best protection in the world. She has protection from bullets, Brill said. She has protection from crazy people with signs. She doesn't have protection from her own past. She doesn't have protection from me. You're going to do it, Simon said. It wasn't a question. You're going to volunteer. I already did. When? 68 hours, Brill said. That's the clock. The surgery is scheduled for 0800 hours on Tuesday. The briefing is at 0900. Catherine Byrne has to be gone before Thomas Byrne walks into the Situation Room. That gives you 3 days. That gives me a lifetime. Her lifetime. Brill closed the laptop. He pulled the flash drive. I need you to go dark, Simon. Scrub everything. If I get caught, you were never here. I'm a lone wolf. A maniac. I'm not scrubbing anything, Simon said. If you're going to war, you need eyes. I'm your eyes. This isn't a hack, Simon. This is wet work. I know what it is. Just don't miss. Brill ended the call. He sat in the silence of the buried container. He felt the weight of the Glock on his hip. He felt the weight of the history that had brought him here. Thousands could die in Russia. The American government could collapse. The world order could shatter. All because of one woman. One woman who had been built for this moment. Brill stood up. He checked his watch. The clock wasn't ticking. It was hammering. He walked out of the container, into the dusk of the West Virginia hills. The air was cool. The stars were coming out. He had a timeline. He had a target. He had a solution. He just had to execute it. Chapter 16. The night air outside the shipping container tasted of wet leaves and impending rain. Brill stood by the open door of the Explorer, watching the moths suicide against the single floodlight mounted on the barn. Carver walked out of the darkness. He moved silently for a big man, a habit learned in jungles that didn't exist on maps anymore. He held a heavy canvas duffel bag in one hand. He dropped it at Brill's feet. It hit the gravel with a dull, metallic thud. Clean weapons, Carver said. Untraceable. A SIG P226 with the serials acid-etched and filled. 2 spare mags. A ceramic knife that won't trip a magnetometer. And an encrypted comms unit that bypasses the local towers. Generous, Brill said. It's not generosity. It's a severance package. Carver leaned against the fender of the Explorer. He lit a cigarette, the flame illuminating the deep lines of his face. He looked tired. He looked old. You understand what deniable means, right? Carver asked. It's not just a word in a spy novel. It means if you get caught, Davis doesn't know you. I don't know you. The president calls you a deranged lone gunman on national television. You rot in a black site until you die, or they just execute you behind a shed. I know the vocabulary. Do you? Carver blew smoke into the humid air. This isn't Miami, Brill. You're not kicking down doors in a drug den. You're going after a principal, protected by the United States Secret Service. I've studied their protocols. Studying isn't bleeding. The detail isn't just guys in sunglasses. They are the most paranoid, highly trained reactive force on the planet. They practice for you every single day. They run simulations where they die just to keep her alive. If you twitch wrong within 50 yards of Catherine Byrne, they will put 3 rounds in your tee box before you hear the gunshot. I'm not going to storm the Naval Observatory. You're going to have to get close, Carver said. And that's the problem. She's in a bubble. Armored limousines. Secure elevators. Sanitized rooms. To get to her, you have to pierce the bubble. And the moment you do, she'll know. She's arrogant, Brill said. She thinks she's won. She's not arrogant. She's confident. There's a difference. Carver flicked ash onto the ground. And she has a kill switch. The sleepers. Davis glossed over it inside, but you need to hear the reality. Catherine Byrne isn't just an asset, she's a node. A command node. If she feels the net closing, if she thinks she's burned, she doesn't just run. She activates the contingency. What contingency? Chaos, Carver said. We suspect there are sleepers embedded in the FAA air traffic control system. In the Federal Reserve transfer wire. In the grid control for the eastern seaboard. If she sends the signal, planes start crashing. Money vanishes. The lights go out from Boston to Richmond. She creates a catastrophe so big that no one notices a blonde woman slipping out the back door of the vice president's residence. Brill looked at the duffel bag. The weight of the mission had shifted again. It wasn't just about stopping a briefing. It was about defusing a bomb that was wired into the infrastructure of the nation. "So I can't miss," Brill said. "You can't just not miss," Carver said. "You have to be perfect. You have to be a ghost. You have to take her off the board so fast and so quietly that she doesn't have time to reach for her phone. You have to kill the queen without waking up the castle." "I'll need eyes," Brill said. "Simon stays on the network. He tracks the chatter. If she reaches for that phone, I need to know." Davis agreed to keep Simon in the loop. "But Simon is in a basement in Florida. You're the one in the field." Carver reached into his pocket and pulled out a thick envelope. He handed it to Brill. "Cash," Carver said. 50,000. Used bills. Non-sequential. And a new identity packet. Driver's license, credit cards, passport. Name is Arthur Vance. He's a boring architectural consultant from Chicago." "Be boring, Brill." Brill took the envelope. He tossed it onto the passenger seat. "Why are you helping me, Carver? Really?" Carver dropped his cigarette and crushed it under his boot heel. He looked toward the buried container, where Davis was probably already shredding the briefing notes. "Because I swore an oath," Carver said softly. "To the Constitution. Not to the Vice President. Not to the agency. To the document. And that woman, she's been pissing on it for 30 years. He looked Brill in the eye. "Make it hurt," Carver said. "I will." And Brill. "Yeah. Don't come back here. Win or lose, this place is burned for you. If I see you again, it'll be because I'm identifying your body. Goodbye, Carver." Brill picked up the duffel bag and threw it in the back. He climbed into the driver's seat. The Explorer started with a roar that seemed too loud in the quiet valley. He backed out, swinging the nose around toward the gravel road. He didn't look back. He drove through the gate, the iron bars closing behind him like the teeth of a trap. He turned onto the paved road, heading east. Toward the city. The dashboard clock read 9:42 p.m. The surgery was Tuesday morning. The briefing was Tuesday at 09:00. He had the weapons. He had the intel. He had the motivation. But as the lights of the D.C. suburbs began to bleed into the sky ahead, Brill felt a cold certainty settle in his gut. Carver was right. This wasn't a job. It wasn't a hit. It was a suicide mission. And he had just volunteered to pull the trigger. Chapter 17. Rain slicked the streets of Georgetown, turning the cobblestones into rows of polished obsidian teeth. It was a cold, miserable drizzle that kept the tourists in the coffee shops and the locals in their townhomes, which made it perfect weather for a ghost. Brill sat in a booth at the back of a cafe on Wisconsin Avenue, nursing a cup of tea that had gone lukewarm 20 minutes ago. He wore a tweed jacket with elbow patches and wire-rimmed glasses that had non-prescription lenses. He looked like an adjunct professor grading papers on a Sunday. The ID in his pocket said he was Arthur Vance, an architectural consultant. Across the street, a motorcade idled. 3 black SUVs, heavy with armor plating and tinted glass, bracketed a Lincoln limousine. The engines were running, sending plumes of white vapor into the damp air. Catherine Byrne was inside the boutique next to the bakery. She had been there for 40 minutes. Brill checked his watch. 2:14 p.m. According to the schedule Davis had provided, she was supposed to be selecting a gift for the French ambassador's wife. A trivial, diplomatic errand. The kind of thing that softened the image of the administration. Brill watched the Secret Service agents. There were 4 of them visible on the street. 2 by the door of the boutique, 2 scanning the perimeter. They were good. Their heads were on swivels, eyes moving behind dark glasses despite the overcast sky. They stood with their hands clasped loosely in front of them, creating a kinetic barrier that screamed, "Do not approach." But they were bored. Brill could see it in the micro-adjustments of their stance. They were guarding a woman who bought scarves and attended luncheons. They weren't expecting a predator. The door to the boutique opened. Catherine Byrne stepped out. She wore a camel hair coat belted at the waist and a silk scarf that probably cost more than the cafe Brill was sitting in. She was smiling at the shop assistant holding the door. It was the smile Brill had seen in the photos, warm, engaging, practiced. The agent stiffened. The bubble formed around her instantly. A human shield moving in synchronized step. Brill didn't look at her face. He looked at her hands. Her left hand was in her pocket. Her right hand clutched a small shopping bag. She paused on the sidewalk, turning to say something to the lead agent. He leaned in, listening. She laughed, a sound that carried faintly over the traffic noise. She pointed at the bakery window next door. The agent hesitated, then nodded. He spoke into his wrist mic. The formation shifted. 2 agents moved to clear the bakery. It was a deviation. A small one. But in the world of protection details, deviation was friction. Catherine followed the agents into the bakery. The lead agent stayed at the door. Brill dropped a $10 bill on the table and stood up. He walked out of the cafe, turning his collar up against the rain. He didn't cross the street. He walked parallel, glancing into the bakery window as he passed on the opposite sidewalk. The interior was brightly lit. The agents were scanning the customers. Catherine was at the counter, pointing at pastries. But her reflection in the glass case showed something else. While the agents watched the door and the kitchen entrance, Catherine's left hand slid out of her coat pocket. It held a phone. Not her official secure device. A slim black burner. She thumbed a text message. 3 seconds. Then the phone vanished back into the wool coat. She turned, accepted a white box from the baker and smiled at the agents. The phone was gone. The moment was gone. Brill kept walking. He turned the corner and stopped, pulling out the orchid phone. "Simon," he said. "I'm here." She just used a burner. 2:18 p.m. Georgetown Bakery. "Did you catch the signal?" "I'm monitoring the spectrum," Simon said. "I saw a burst. Encrypted SMS. Short duration. It bounced off a tower in Arlington and vanished into a routing node in Switzerland. I can't crack the content, but I can tell you the recipient." "Who?" "It wasn't a phone number. It was an IP address. A digital Dropbox." "She's signaling," Brill said. "She knows something is happening. She's checking in. Or she's activating something. Keep watching the traffic. If that Dropbox sends a reply, I need to know." "Copy that. Where is she going now?" "Schedule says residence. But her body language says otherwise. She's energized. That text wasn't a goodbye. It was a hello." Brill walked back to his Explorer, parked 3 blocks away in a garage that charged by the half hour. He didn't follow the motorcade. He knew where it was going. He drove to the Naval Observatory, the vice president's residence on Massachusetts Avenue. He parked on a side street in Embassy Row, a half-mile from the gate. He reclined the seat and waited. Surveillance was 90% boredom and 10% adrenaline. Watching Catherine Byrne was different. It was watching a master class in deception. She didn't sneak. She didn't skulk. She manipulated the people protecting her into giving her space, all while making them feel like they were doing their job. 3 hours passed. The rain intensified, drumming a hypnotic rhythm on the roof of the car. At 6 p.m., the gate opened. A black Suburban pulled out. Not the full motorcade. Just one vehicle. Brill sat up. This wasn't on the schedule. The schedule said private dinner, residence. He started the engine. He let the Suburban get a lead, then pulled into traffic. The SUV didn't head toward the White House or the Capitol. It turned back toward Georgetown. "Where are you going, Catherine?" Brill whispered. The Suburban parked on M Street. The driver got out and opened the back door. Catherine emerged. She had changed. Jeans, boots, a heavy sweater. She looked like a Georgetown mom running an errand. One agent got out with her. Just one. A tall man with a shaved head. "Simon," Brill said into the headset. "I've got movement. One vehicle. One agent. She's light." "That's a violation of protocol," Simon said. "The second lady doesn't move with a single agent. She does if she claims it's a personal emergency. Or if the agent is compromised." Brill parked illegally near a fire hydrant. He got out, locking the car. He moved through the evening crowd, using a group of college students as cover. Catherine walked into a bookstore. The Lantern. Used books. Stacks of dusty hardcovers. The air inside was thick with the scent of old paper and binding glue. Brill lingered by the window, pretending to study a display of first editions. Inside, Catherine moved to the back, to the philosophy section. The agent stayed by the front door, scanning the street. He wasn't watching her. He was watching the threat axis. He was making a mistake. The threat wasn't on the street. It was in the stacks. Brill moved. He entered the store, the bell above the door chiming softly. The agent looked at him. Brill gave a polite, distracted nod and moved toward the fiction aisle, keeping his head down, adjusting his glasses. He drifted through the shelves, moving parallel to Catherine. She was standing near a row of Nietzsche. She wasn't reading. She was waiting. A man turned the corner from the history section. He was older, 60s, wearing a tweed jacket similar to Brill's. He looked like an academic. A professor. He stopped next to Catherine. He pulled a book from the shelf, Beyond Good and Evil. He opened it, glanced at a page, and placed it back on the shelf. But he placed it 2 inches to the right. Catherine reached out. She didn't take the book. She slid a folded piece of paper into the gap between the volumes. The man didn't look at her. He waited 5 seconds, then pulled the book next to the gap. He palmed the note. He put the book back. He walked away, heading for the exit. Catherine stayed. She pulled a different book, opened it, and began to read. It was flawless. A brush pass in a public space, shielded by shelves, executed with the casual grace of strangers browsing. Brill had a choice. Follow the man or stay with the target. The man was a courier. A cutout. He didn't matter. Catherine mattered. Brill waited until the man left the store. He watched the agent at the door give the old academic a cursory glance and let him pass. Brill moved closer to Catherine. He was 1 aisle over. He could see her through the gap in the books. Her profile was calm, serene. She wasn't scared. She wasn't running. She was operating. This wasn't the behavior of a sleeper waiting for instructions. This was the behavior of an officer running an op. She closed the book and put it back. She turned and walked toward the front of the store. As she passed the end of the aisle, she paused. She looked directly at the spot where Brill was standing. Brill froze. He was in shadow. He was wearing the glasses. He was nobody. Her eyes swept over him. Flat. Assessing. For a split second, the mask slipped. The warmth vanished, replaced by a cold, reptilian calculation. Then she blinked, and the second lady returned. She smiled vaguely, as if remembering a pleasant thought, and walked to the door. The agent opened it for her. They stepped out into the rain. Brill exhaled. His heart was hammering a slow, heavy rhythm against his ribs. She didn't know him, but she had sensed him. She had felt the weight of eyes on her. He waited 30 seconds, then left the store. The Suburban was already pulling away, taillights blurring in the wet street. Brill walked back to the Explorer. He got in and wiped the rain from his face. "Simon," he said. "Go ahead." She passed a note. Physical dead drop. To a cutout. Did you get a look at him? Academic type. Late 60s. I'll sketch him later. But that's not the headline. What is? She's not panicking. She's accelerating. The text message. The drop. She's setting something in motion. The briefing is in 48 hours. She's not waiting for the briefing, Brill said. She's preparing the battlefield. He started the engine. The wipers slashed back and forth, clearing the view, then obscuring it, a metronome counting down the time he didn't have. He had seen enough. The surveillance phase was over. Watching her wouldn't stop her. It would only document the disaster. He needed to get close. He needed to breach the bubble. He needed to set the trap. Brill pulled the Explorer into the traffic. He drove past the bookstore, past the bakery, past the polite facades of Georgetown. Chapter 18. The fundraiser was held in the atrium of the National Portrait Gallery, a soaring space of glass and steel that made the people below look like insects trapped in a very expensive jar. The air was thick with the scent of floral arrangements that had been cut that morning in Holland and flown across the Atlantic to die in Washington. A string quartet played something baroque and inoffensive in the corner, the music barely audible over the hum of 500 conversations about money, influence, and the next election cycle. Brill stood near a pillar wrapped in blue velvet, holding a glass of sparkling water he didn't intend to drink. He was wearing a tuxedo Carver had provided, midnight blue, bespoke, cut to hide the SIG P226 nestled in the small of his back. The invitation in his pocket identified him as Robert Cole, a senior analyst with the Bureau of Intelligence and Research at the State Department. It was a boring cover. Boring was good. Boring got you through the metal detectors and past the clipboard-wielding interns without a second glance. He scanned the room. The Secret Service detail was tighter tonight. They had established a perimeter around the VIP section, a cordoned-off area near the bar where the donors who had written six-figure checks got to shake hands with the administration. Catherine Byrne was there. She was wearing emerald green silk, a color that made her look vibrant and alive against the sea of black tuxedos. She was laughing at something a defense contractor was saying, her head tilted back, her hand resting lightly on his forearm. It was a perfect performance. The devoted wife, the charming hostess, the woman who belonged exactly where she was. Brill watched her eyes. They didn't match the laugh. They were moving, scanning, assessing. Every few seconds, her gaze flicked to the exits, to the agents, to the crowd. She wasn't just socializing, she was running counter-surveillance. She knew something was coming. The text message in the bakery, the dead drop in the bookstore, she was active. She was waiting for the other shoe to drop. Brill checked his watch. 8:42 p.m. The vice president wasn't here. He was at the White House, prepping for the surgery, prepping for the transfer of power. Catherine was flying solo. That was the opening. He adjusted his cufflinks. He moved away from the pillar, drifting into the current of the crowd. He didn't push, he flowed. He let the geometry of the room carry him toward the velvet rope. An agent stopped him. Tall, broad, with a face like a slab of granite. "Sir, this area is restricted to Gold Circle guests." Brill smiled. It was a tired, bureaucratic smile. He reached into his jacket pocket, moving slowly, telegraphing the action. He pulled out a leather credential case. He didn't open it to the badge. He opened it to a business card embossed with the State Department seal. "Robert Cole," Brill said. INR. "I'm not here for the champagne. I have a message for Mrs. Byrne." The agent looked at the card, then at Brill. "You can leave it with me." "I can," Brill said, lowering his voice just enough to make the agent lean in. "But it concerns the security protocols for the vice president's schedule on Tuesday. Specifically, the encryption keys for the transfer of authority." The agent stiffened. That wasn't a donor complaint. That was operational. "Wait here," the agent said. He stepped back, spoke into his wrist mic, and looked at the lead agent standing near Catherine. The lead agent turned, looked at Brill, and gave a curt nod. The rope was unhooked. Brill walked through. He didn't rush. He approached Catherine from the side, waiting for a gap in the conversation. The defense contractor drifted away, looking for a refill. Catherine turned, her smile still in place, but her eyes locked onto Brill with the force of a physical impact. "Mrs. Byrne," Brill said. "I don't believe we've met," she said. Her voice was smooth, cultured, with the faintest trace of a mid-Atlantic accent that covered the vowels of Vorkuta. "Robert Cole. State Department." "And what does the State Department need at this hour, Mr. Cole?" "A moment of your time. Regarding a security matter involving your husband." The smile didn't waver, but the air around her seemed to drop 10 degrees. She glanced at her lead agent, who was hovering 3 feet away. "Is this urgent?" she asked. "It's sensitive," Brill said. "It concerns the Tuesday briefing." Her pupils dilated. Just a fraction. A micro-reaction that a camera might miss, but a predator wouldn't. "I see," she said. "Well, I suppose we can spare a moment." She turned to the agent. "Give us some room, David. Just for a minute." The agent hesitated, then stepped back. He didn't go far. He created a buffer zone, shielding them from the rest of the party but staying within lunge distance. Catherine turned back to Brill. The charm was gone. Her face was a mask of polite interest, but underneath, the machinery was whirring. "You're not State," she said softly. "No. And your name isn't Robert Cole. It's whatever you need it to be." She took a sip of her champagne. She held the glass by the stem, her fingers steady. "You're the one who's been watching me. The bookstore. The bakery. I'm the one who knows about Elena," Brill said. The glass didn't tremble. "Elena is a common name. Not for a ghost who picks up dead drops in Tampa and sends burst transmissions to Yasenivo." Catherine set the glass down on a passing waiter's tray. She didn't look at the waiter. She looked at Brill. "You're playing a dangerous game," she said. "Do you know how many armed men are in this room? I could snap my fingers, and you would be on the floor in handcuffs before you could take a breath." "You could," Brill agreed. "But then you'd have to explain why a man with files on your adoption from orphanage number 4 is being arrested. You'd have to explain the photos from Moscow in 1999. You'd have to explain why you've been lying to your husband for 15 years. She stared at him. The calculation in her eyes was terrifying. She wasn't afraid. She was evaluating the threat matrix. She was deciding whether to kill him or turn him. "What do you want?" she asked. "I want to talk. Privately. Without the Praetorian Guard listening in. We're talking now. This isn't talking. This is fencing. I have something you need to see. Proof. The kind that ends careers and starts treason trials. If you had proof," she said, "you wouldn't be here. You'd be at the FBI. You'd be holding a press conference." "I don't trust the FBI," Brill said. "And I don't want to destroy the country." I just want this to end. What ends? The lie. The operation. Tuesday. She stepped closer. She smelled of expensive perfume and cold ambition. You think you can blackmail me? I think we have a mutual problem. I know who you are. You know I know. That creates a stalemate. We can break it here, in front of 500 donors and the press, or we can break it somewhere quiet. She studied his face. She looked at the scar on his chin, the calluses on his hands. She was reading him like a dossier. You're a mechanic, she said. You're not an analyst. You're a cleaner. I clean up messes. And you think I'm a mess. I think you're a loose end. She laughed softly. It was a genuine sound, amused and dark. You have no idea what I am. Show me. She looked around the room. She checked the agents. She checked the exits. Not here, she said. Too many eyes. Name the place. She thought for a moment. The Hirshhorn. The sculpture garden is closed for renovations, but I'm on the board. I have a key. When? Tonight. Midnight. The alarms will be off for the cleaning crew shift change. Your detail will be with you. I'll handle my detail, she said. I'll tell them I need a moment of reflection. A quiet walk. They're used to my eccentricities. Just you, Brill said. No, Elena. No backup. Just me, she said. And you. Bring your proof. If it's real, we'll talk about options. And if it's not, then you won't leave the museum. Brill nodded. It was a challenge. A duel. She wasn't running. She was accepting the engagement. She was confident she could handle one man in a dark room. Midnight, Brill said. Don't be late, she said. I hate waiting. She turned away from him. She signaled the lead agent. The bubble collapsed back around her. She smiled at a donor, laughed at a joke, and seamlessly reintegrated into the performance. Brill turned and walked toward the exit. He felt the sweat on his back now, cold and clammy against the expensive shirt. He had set the trap. But as he walked out into the cool night air of D.C., he couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't the hunter. He was just the bait. Chapter 19. The Hirshhorn Museum sat on the National Mall, like a concrete bunker designed by a pacifist who secretly hated people. It was a brutalist cylinder raised on massive piers, a hollow donut of stone hovering above the ground. Brill liked it. It had clear sightlines, limited ingress points, and walls thick enough to muffle a gunshot. He was inside at 11:15 p.m. The key Catherine had mentioned wasn't a physical brass key. It was a keycard access code for the staff entrance on the Independence Avenue side. Simon had pulled the code from the museum's server while Brill was driving over from the portrait gallery. Brill moved through the curved galleries on the second floor. The art was modern, abstract, and shadowed. Shapes loomed in the dark, twisted metal blocks of color that looked black in the low emergency lighting. The air was still, recycled, and temperature controlled to a precise 68 degrees. Cameras? Brill whispered. The comms unit was a tiny bud in his left ear. Looped, Simon said. I grabbed the feed 10 minutes ago. The security guard at the desk in the lobby is watching a recording of an empty hallway from last Tuesday. You're a ghost. Sensors. Motion detectors in the galleries are active. I can't kill them without tripping a system fault. You have to stay in the blind spots. Stick to the inner curve wall. Brill adjusted his path. He hugged the interior wall, moving silently on the carpet. He mapped the exits in his head. Main stairwell to the north. Escalator bank to the south. Freight elevator in the core. He stopped at the entrance to the learner room, a gallery with a single, floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the sculpture garden below. This was the kill box. He checked the cig. Chambered. Decocked. He placed a spare magazine in his left jacket pocket, easy reach. "They're here," Simon said. "Black Suburban. Independence Avenue. One vehicle." "How many heat signatures?" "2. Driver stayed with the car. Catherine and the agent are moving to the staff entrance." Brill checked his watch. 11:58 p.m. She was early. He moved to the far end of the gallery, stepping behind a massive steel sculpture that looked like a crashed airplane fuselage. He crouched. Waited. The sound of the elevator doors opening echoed in the circular space. Footsteps followed. Hard heels clicking on stone, softer rubber soles squeaking. Catherine Byrne walked into the gallery. She was still wearing the emerald silk dress, but she had thrown a black trench coat over it. She looked regal, composed, and utterly out of place among the jagged modern art. The agent was with her. David. The same granite-faced man from the fundraiser. He had his gun drawn, holding it low against his leg. He scanned the room, his head moving in a slow, practiced arc. "Clear," he said softly. "Of course it's clear," Catherine said. Her voice carried in the acoustics of the round room. "He's a professional, David. He's not going to jump out and say boo." "I don't like this, ma'am. The perimeter isn't secure. We should wait for the shift supervisor." "We are not waiting. I told you, this is a private matter. A sensitive source. If you crowd him, he won't show. If he's a threat. He's an analyst from the State Department. He's terrified of his own shadow. Put the gun away." The agent hesitated. He holstered the weapon, but kept his hand on the grip. He moved to a position near the window, putting himself between the glass and the second lady. Brill watched them. The agent was good. He was disciplined. He wasn't going to leave her side unless the building was falling down. So Brill had to make the building fall down. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the small incendiary device Carver had rigged. It wasn't a bomb. It was a magnesium strip wrapped around a block of solid smoke propellant, taped to a remote detonator taken from a garage door opener. He had planted the twin of this device in a trash can in the restoration lab, on the opposite side of the donut, near the freight elevator. Brill pressed the button. 3 seconds later, a shrill, piercing alarm cut through the silence. Whoop, whoop, whoop. The strobes on the ceiling began to flash, white pulses of light that turned the gallery into a stroboscopic nightmare. The agent had his gun out instantly. He grabbed Catherine's arm, pulling her toward the exit. "We're moving. Now." "Wait," Catherine snapped. She pulled her arm free. "It's a false alarm. It happens all the time." "We don't assume false alarms, ma'am. Evac protocol." "David, stop." Her voice was a whip crack. "I am not evacuating. I am meeting a source. If we leave, he runs. Do you understand? He runs, and the vice president loses critical intelligence." "Ma'am, there is a fire alarm." "Check it," she ordered. "Go to the panel. Verify it. If there's no fire, you silence it. I am staying right here. I can't leave you." "You're not leaving me. You're securing the floor. The panel is by the elevator. Go. Look. If you see smoke, we leave. If not, you turn this damn noise off." The agent looked at her. He looked at the flashing lights. He was torn between protocol and the direct order of a principal who had the power to end his career with a phone call. "I'll check the hallway," he said tightly. "You stay in this corner. Do not move. If I call, you run. Go." The agent moved. He backed out of the gallery, weapon raised, heading toward the sound of the alarm in the east wing. Catherine stood alone in the center of the room, bathed in the pulsing white light. She looked annoyed, not afraid. She checked her watch. Brill stepped out from behind the sculpture. "You have terrible management skills," he said. Catherine spun around. She saw him. Her expression shifted instantly from annoyance to calculation. "Mr. Cole," she said. "Or whatever your name is." "Brill." "Brill. Like the fish. Or the scouring pad. Like the darkness." He walked toward her. He didn't draw his weapon. He kept his hands visible, empty. "You set the alarm," she said. It wasn't a question. "I needed privacy." David seems clingy. He's loyal. A rare quality in this town. Loyalty is easy when you don't know the truth. Brill stopped 10 feet from her. The alarm was deafening, a constant rhythmic assault. The strobes made her movement jerky, like a film with missing frames. "You said you had proof," she said. She had to raise her voice over the siren. "I do." Brill reached into his jacket. He didn't pull out a file. He pulled out the orchid phone. He tapped the screen and held it up. The photo of her and Elena on the balcony in Moscow. 1999. Catherine stared at the glowing screen. For a second, the mask didn't slip. It shattered. Her eyes widened. Her mouth opened slightly, a sharp intake of breath. It was the reaction of someone seeing a ghost. "Where did you get that?" she whispered. The question was under the noise of the alarm, but Brill read her lips. "Sunny Isles. Unit 3204. Elena kept a souvenir. She wouldn't. She did. She called you the heart. Sentimental. Bad tradecraft." Catherine looked away from the phone. She looked at the gallery entrance where the agent had disappeared. "This ends Tuesday," Brill said. "You're going to be sick. You're going to miss the surgery. You're going to miss the briefing. And then you're going to resign for health reasons and disappear to a ranch in Wyoming where the signal doesn't reach." She looked back at him. The shock was receding, replaced by the cold steel Brill had seen in the bookstore. "Or what?" she said. "Or I give this to the Washington Post. And the New York Times. And CNN. I burn you, Catherine. I burn your husband. I burn the administration." She laughed. It was a harsh, jagged sound. "You think a photo brings me down? I'll say it's a deep fake. AI generated. Russian disinformation designed to destabilize the country. Who will they believe? The vice president's wife, or a ghost with no badge?" "They might believe you," Brill said. "But the Secret Service won't. The CIA won't. They'll pull your clearance while they investigate. And if you don't have clearance, you don't get the briefing. You don't get the Trident codes." That hit the mark. Her eyes narrowed. "You know about Trident." "I know everything. The orphanage in Vorkuta. The recruitment. The placement. 30 years, Catherine. It's impressive. Truly. But it's over." She took a step toward him. Her hand moved toward the pocket of her trench coat. "It's not over," she said. "You have no idea what's at stake. You think this is about a cyber attack. You think this is about power grids? I think it's about treason. It's about balance," she hissed. "It's about stopping you cowboys from starting a war you can't win. America is a reckless child with a loaded gun. Someone has to take the magazine out. By freezing Moscow. By stopping the arrogance. By creating a stalemate." Her hand was deep in her pocket now. "Take your hand out of your pocket," Brill said. "Why? Are you going to shoot me?" "Here. With David down the hall. I'll shoot you in the leg. I'll drag you out the fire exit. I don't need to kill you, Catherine. I just need to break you. She smiled. It was a terrifying expression, devoid of humanity. You're too late, she said. She pulled her hand out. She wasn't holding a gun. She wasn't holding the burner phone. She was holding a small silver canister, like mace or perfume. She threw it on the ground between them. It cracked open with a hiss. White smoke erupted, thick, acrid, expanding instantly to fill the space between them. Brill lunged. He dove through the smoke, reaching for her. His hand closed on the silk of her dress. He pulled. The fabric tore. He stumbled, coughing. The smoke burned his eyes, his throat. CS gas. Military grade. David. Catherine screamed. Gun. Help. The scream was theatrical. Perfect. The terrified victim. Brill heard footsteps pounding down the hallway. Heavy boots. The agent was coming back. Brill was blind. The smoke was a wall. The strobes bounced off the white cloud, turning the room into a blinding, disorienting void. He had lost the initiative. He had lost the element of surprise. He had 3 seconds before the agent rounded the corner and put a bullet in him. Brill turned and ran. Not toward the exit. Toward the window. He hit the glass with his shoulder. It didn't break. It was reinforced. He drew the SIG. He fired 2 rounds into the corner of the pane, shattering the tension. Then he kicked. The glass blew out. The humid night air rushed in. Freeze. David yelled from the doorway. Brill didn't freeze. He dove. He went out the window, falling 2 stories into the sculpture garden below. He landed in a hedge of boxwood, rolling to absorb the impact. Branches snapped. Thorns tore at his face. He hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out of him. He scrambled up. Above him, in the broken window, the agent appeared, gun drawn. He fired. A bullet kicked up dirt inches from Brill's boot. Brill ran. He sprinted through the garden, weaving between the abstract bronzes, heading for the wall on the Jefferson Drive side. He vaulted the wall and hit the sidewalk running. He had failed. She hadn't broken. She hadn't negotiated. She had sprung her own trap. And now, the Secret Service knew there was an assassin in the capital. Chapter 20. The alley behind the L'Enfant Plaza metro station smelled of wet cardboard and urine that had been fermenting since the Reagan administration. Brill sat on a discarded plastic crate, his back against the brick wall, hidden by the shadows of fire escape. He had a deep gash on his left cheek where the boxwood had bitten him, and his right knee was throbbing with a dull hydraulic ache from the impact of the fall. He checked the SIG. He had fired 2 rounds. 13 left in the magazine. 1 in the chamber. Status? Brill asked. The earpiece was still in place, miraculously. Chaos, Simon said. His voice was tight. Secret Service has established a 10-block perimeter around the Hirshhorn. They're scrubbing the mall. Park Police, Metro PD, and a tactical team that looks like HRT are rolling. You kicked the hive, Brill. The Queen is screaming. Where is she? Suburban is moving. High speed. Heading northwest. Back to the observatory. They're not taking chances. Brill wiped the blood from his cheek with his sleeve. She didn't panic, Simon. She used gas. She had it ready. She baited me. She's a pro. She's scared. Pros don't pop smoke unless they've lost control of the geometry. Brill stood up. His knee protested but held. He limped toward the mouth of the alley, staying in the dark. Connect me, Brill said. To who? To her burner. The one she used in the bakery. The one she used to signal the drop. Brill, she's in a motorcade surrounded by agents with automatic weapons. She's not going to answer. She'll answer. Connect me. A moment of digital silence, then the sound of a line ringing. It was a sterile, electronic trill. 1 ring. 2. This line is dead, a woman's voice said. It wasn't a greeting. It was a statement. It's not dead until I say it is, Brill said. Silence. The hum of tires on wet pavement in the background. You're persistent, Catherine Byrne said. Her voice was calm, but the warmth was gone. It was stripped bare, revealing the steel underneath. And you're hard to kill. David is very disappointed he missed. David was shooting at a shadow. You were the one who panicked. I didn't panic. I denied the enemy the asset. That's basic doctrine. Is that what they taught you in Vorkuta? The silence stretched again. He could hear her breathing. It was steady, controlled. You think you know me, she said softly. I know Ekaterina Rostova. Recruitment date, June 1989. I know you were 8 years old when they took you. I know they hollowed you out and filled you with a lie. They filled me with purpose. They filled you with a script, Brill corrected. And you've been reading it perfectly. The grades. The State Department. The marriage. Do not speak about my marriage. Why? Because it's the best cover story in history? You intercepted Thomas Byrne at a dinner in Brussels. You targeted him. You mirrored him. You married him because Moscow needed a listening post in the Senate. I married him because I had orders. Her voice cracked. Just a fracture, but it was there. And then I lived with him. For 15 years. Do you know what that does to a person, Mr. Wingfield? Living a lie every hour of every day. It makes them a sociopath. Or a traitor. It makes them tired, she whispered. It makes them so incredibly tired. If you're tired, stop. Resign. Miss the briefing. I can't. You know I can't. The machine doesn't have a stop button. If I deviate, they kill me. If I run, they kill me. If I fail, they kill my family in St. Petersburg. You don't have a family in St. Petersburg. You're an orphan. I have a sister, she said. And 2 nieces. They don't know I exist. But the center knows they exist. They send me photos every Christmas. Just to remind me. Brill leaned against the wet brick. He listened to the cadence of her voice. She was pivoting. The arrogance of the museum was gone. She was playing the victim card. And Sarah? Brill asked. Your daughter. Is she part of the package? Or is she just camouflage? She is my daughter. The venom in her voice was real. She is the only thing in this world that is mine. The only thing that isn't a mission objective. I would burn Moscow to the ground to keep her safe. Then prove it. How? Admit it. All of it. To me. Right now. She let out a long, shuddering breath. I was placed. Yes. I have been passing intelligence for 15 years. Policy papers. Negotiation strategies. Personnel files. I shaped Thomas's view on the Crimea annexation. I softened the sanctions package in 2018. And Trident? They want the codes, she said. They know the attack is coming. They want to reverse it. They want to turn the lights out in the eastern seaboard. And you were going to give it to them. I was going to. I don't know. You don't know. I want out, she said. The words came out in a rush. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. Not with Sarah watching. She's starting to ask questions. She sees things. I can't. I can't let her become what I am. So you tried to gas me in the museum. I had to. Elena was watching. If I hadn't fought you, she would have signaled the extraction team. They would have taken me. And Sarah. Brill considered this. Elena Volkov, Nightingale, was the enforcer. The leash. You're lying, Brill said. I am telling you the truth. I am trapped. Between you and Moscow. Between my husband and my handler. I want a deal. I'm not authorized to make deals. You're the only one who can. You're a ghost. You operate outside the lines. The CIA can't touch me. The FBI can't touch me. But you can disappear me. Is that what you want? To disappear? I want immunity, she said. For me. For Sarah. I want new identities. I want to go somewhere where the center can't find us. Somewhere where I don't have to be Catherine Byrne anymore. And what do I get? You get the network, she said. Everything. The handlers. The dead drops. The other sleepers. There are 3 others, Brill. In the Treasury. In Energy. In the Pentagon. I know their names. I know their codes. I give you 30 years of SVR infrastructure. You break the back of Russian intelligence in America. It was the Holy Grail. The list. The kind of intelligence that won wars without firing a shot. Or it was the shiny object designed to lure him into kill range. Brill? Simon's voice cut in over the earpiece. Signal analysis. Her heart rate is elevated, but her stress levels are consistent. She believes what she's saying. Or she's the best liar I've ever heard. She's the best liar you've ever heard, Brill murmured. What? Catherine asked. I said, it's a generous offer. It's a surrender, she said. But I can't do it over the phone. I can't give you the files. I need to access the secure cache. I need to get the physical drive. Where is it? Not at the residence. Too risky. It's in a safe deposit box. Private bank in McLean. I can get it tomorrow morning. And then we meet. You verify the intel. You get me and Sarah out. Elena will be watching. Elena will be watching the residence. I can slip her. I've done it before. Brill looked up at the slice of night sky above the alley. The rain had stopped, leaving a heavy mist in the air. He didn't believe her. Not fully. The pivot from "you're too late" to "help me" was too fast. Too calculated. But the intel, if she really had the names of other sleepers, that was worth the risk. One condition, Brill said. Anything. You don't bring Sarah. You bring the drive. You bring yourself. If I see a single agent, if I see Elena, if I smell a setup, I don't extract you. I execute you. Understood. Where? There's a park in McLean. Clemagentry. It's colorful. Innocuous. Tomorrow. 10 a.m. I'll be on the bench near the carousel. If you're not alone, Brill said, don't bother sitting down. He hung up. Simon, Brill said. Yeah. She's playing me. Probably. But if she gives up the network. She won't. She's buying time. Or she's setting up a crossfire. So why agree to the meet? Brill walked out of the alley. He limped toward the Explorer, parked blocks away in the gloom. Because she made a mistake, Brill said. What mistake? She mentioned the other sleepers. Treasury. Energy. Pentagon. If she was loyal, if she was going down with the ship, she wouldn't burn the other assets. She'd protect them. Unless burning them buys her freedom. Or, Brill said, unlocking the car door, unless she's planning to use them to kill me. He climbed in. The interior was cold. Get me everything on that park, Brill said. Sightlines, exits, choke points. And Simon? Yeah. Call Carver. Tell him the Queen offered a trade. Tell him I'm going to see if the currency is real. And if it's counterfeit. Then I cancel the transaction, Brill said. He started the engine. He had 10 hours. 10 hours to prepare for a meeting that was either the end of the war or the end of his life. He didn't believe her tears. He didn't believe her story about the sister. But he believed in her survival instinct. Catherine Byrne wanted to live. And that was the only leverage he had. Chapter 21. Clemejontry Park, in McLean, Virginia, was a splash of primary colors against a backdrop of suburban green. It was a playground designed for inclusivity, with rubberized surfaces and wheelchair-accessible ramps, but to Brill, it looked like a sniper's paradise. Low fences, clear sightlines from the tree line, a central carousel that created a focal point. Brill arrived at 8:30 a.m. He didn't park in the lot. He parked a mile away at a shopping center and jogged in, wearing a gray hoodie and running shorts. He circled the perimeter, mapping the terrain. He found a spot in the dense foliage on the north side, near the maintenance shed. It gave him a view of the carousel and the parking lot entrance. He settled in, checking the sightlines, checking the wind. He wasn't using a rifle today. He was using proximity. At 9:55 a.m., a black SUV pulled into the lot. Not a Suburban. A Mercedes GLS. Civilian plates. Catherine Byrne got out. She was alone. She wore a beige trench coat over jeans and a white blouse. She carried a large leather handbag. She walked toward the carousel, her movements stiff, her head down. She didn't look like the second lady. She looked like a woman walking to her own execution. She sat on the bench, facing the carousel. The ride was still, the painted horses frozen in mid-gallop. The park was empty, save for a maintenance worker blowing leaves on the far side. Brill watched her for 5 minutes. He watched the tree line. He watched the cars passing on Georgetown Pike. Nothing. No surveillance vans. No loitering joggers with earpieces. No glint of optics from the high ground. She had kept her word. Or she was very good at hiding her backup. Brill moved. He approached from the rear, using the carousel structure as cover. He stepped out when he was 10 feet away. "Don't turn around," he said. Catherine froze. Her shoulders hunched slightly. "Put the bag on the bench next to you." Slowly. She did. The leather bag slumped onto the wood. "Now stand up and walk 5 paces forward. Hands visible." She stood. Walked. Stopped. Brill moved to the bench. He checked the bag. Inside, a silver hard drive. A wallet. Keys. And a Glock 26 subcompact loaded. He took the gun and the hard drive. "Turn around." She turned. Her face was pale, devoid of makeup. Her eyes were red-rimmed. She looked exhausted. "I brought it," she said. "Just like you asked. You brought a gun. Insurance. In case you weren't alone. In case Elena found me first." "Where is Elena?" "I don't know. I haven't heard from her since last night. That terrifies me more than hearing from her." Brill pocketed the drive. "This has the network?" "It has everything. Names. Dates. Bank accounts. The other sleepers. It's 30 years of insurance, Brill. It's my life. And the price. Immunity. Extraction. New identities. Today. "I can get you out," Brill said. "But immunity, that's up to the people who read this drive. If the intel is good, you have leverage. If it's garbage, you have a cell at ADX Florence." It's good, she said. It's the keys to the kingdom. She took a step toward him. Please. Sarah is at school. Sidwell. We have to pick her up. We have to go now. We're not picking up Sarah. Catherine stopped. What? I told you. You come alone. We extract you. Your daughter stays. She's safe. She's the vice president's daughter. She'll be protected. No. The word was a guttural sound. No deal. I am not leaving her. You don't have a choice. If you take her, you become a kidnapper. The alert goes out. Every cop in America looks for you. We don't make it 10 miles. I don't care. She is my daughter. I am not leaving her to him. To her father. To the system. To the questions. They'll destroy her to get to me. You promised me protection for both of us. I promised I'd get you out. Sarah is the anchor, Catherine. You cut the anchor, or you sink. She stared at him, her chest heaving. You lied to me. I managed you. Just like you managed everyone else for 30 years. She lunged. Not at him, but at the bag. Brill stepped back, raising the cig. Don't. She stopped, her hand inches from the empty leather. She looked at the gun in his hand. Then she looked at his face. You were never going to help me, she whispered. You were just going to take the drive and kill me. No. I was going to take the drive and hand you to the CIA. Let them decide if you're worth saving. That's the same thing. It's justice, Catherine. It's the system you tried to destroy, deciding your fate. She laughed. It was a broken, hysterical sound. You think the system cares about justice? The system cares about order. About stability. They'll bury me in a black site and tell Thomas I died in a plane crash. And Sarah will grow up wondering why her mother abandoned her. She'll grow up safe. She'll grow up alone. Catherine took a breath. She straightened her coat. She looked around the colorful, empty playground. I have a counter offer, she said. I'm listening. The drive is encrypted. Biometric lock. Retina scan. You can't open it without me. The CIA can't open it without me. It's a brick, unless I unlock it. Brill looked at the silver drive in his hand. He hadn't checked. He should have checked. You're bluffing. Am I? Try it. Plug it in. See what happens. Or better yet, shoot me. Then you have a dead spy and a useless piece of metal. What do you want? I want my daughter. We pick her up. We drive to a private airfield in Maryland. You have a plane waiting. We go to a non-extradition country. Once we're airborne, I unlock the drive. I upload the keys. You get your network. I get my life. Brill weighed the drive in his hand. It felt heavy. If she was telling the truth, he was stuck. He needed the intel. The country needed the intel. The other sleepers were still active. But picking up a child from a secure school in the middle of the day, that was insanity. Sarah has a detail, Brill said. Secret Service agents at the school. I'm her mother. I have authority to pick her up. I tell them it's a family emergency. A medical issue. They won't question me. They will, if they've been alerted. They haven't been alerted yet. Thomas is in the situation room, prepping for surgery. The detail thinks I'm grieving, or shopping, or having a breakdown. They don't know I'm running. Brill looked at the time. 10:15 a.m. We have an hour, Brill said. Before the briefing prep starts. Before someone realizes you're missing. Then let's go. If this goes sideways, Brill said. If there's a trap, if Elena shows up. I leave you. I take the drive, and I disappear. And you deal with the Russians alone. Agreed. And Catherine? Yes. If you try to signal anyone, if you reach for a phone, I put a bullet in your knee, and I drag you to the car. I understand. Let's go. He gestured toward the parking lot. She walked ahead of him. She didn't look back. She walked with the desperate energy of a mother who saw a path to her child. Brill followed, his hand on the gun in his pocket. He didn't like it. The variables were expanding. A school. A child. Agents. A drive that might be a brick. But he had no choice. The intel was the mission. They reached the Mercedes. I drive, Brill said. He got in the driver's seat. She got in the passenger side. He started the engine. Where's the school? Wisconsin Avenue, she said. 10 minutes. Brill pulled out of the lot. He checked the mirrors. The road behind them was empty. Too empty. Simon? Brill whispered into the earpiece. We're moving. Target is secure. But the package has gotten heavier. We're picking up the daughter. Brill abort, Simon's voice crackled. You can't go to the school. It's a fortress. She says the drive is encrypted. Biometric. I need her to open it. She's lying. I scanned the drive signature when you held it. It's standard AES 256. I can crack it in an hour. She doesn't have a biometric lock on that model. Brill slammed on the brakes. The Mercedes skidded to a halt on the shoulder of Georgetown Pike. He turned to Catherine. The cig was in his hand before the car stopped moving. He pressed the barrel against her temple. The drive isn't biometric, he said. Catherine didn't flinch. She didn't look terrified. She smiled. No, she said. But it bought me 10 minutes. Why do you need 10 minutes? To get you away from the park. Why? Because the park was the kill zone, she said. But not for you. A black van swerved around the corner ahead, blocking the road. The side door slid open. Elena Volkov stood in the opening. She held an RPG-7. Get down. Brill yelled. He threw the car into reverse. The rocket fired. A streak of smoke and fire. It wasn't aiming at the Mercedes. It was aiming at the tree line behind them, where Brill had been hiding 20 minutes ago. The explosion tore through the woods, shattering trees, sending a plume of dirt and fire into the air. Brill spun the wheel, whipping the Mercedes around in a J-turn. Tires screamed. She wasn't targeting me, Brill said, accelerating away from the van. She was targeting your backup. I told you, Catherine said, bracing herself against the dashboard. I didn't bring backup. But Elena did. She thought you'd have a team in the woods. She was clearing the board. She missed. She never misses twice. Brill looked in the mirror. The black van was pursuing. Hold on, Brill said. He floored the accelerator. The deal was off. The extraction was off. Now, it was just a race to survive. Chapter 22. The Mercedes GLS tore down Georgetown Pike, the engine screaming in a high-pitched whine that vibrated through the chassis. Brill kept his foot buried in the firewall, his eyes flicking between the winding asphalt ahead and the rearview mirror. Smoke from the RPG blast still stained the sky behind them, a dirty gray smudge against the morning blue. Slow down, Catherine said. Her hands were white-knuckled on the dashboard, her posture rigid. You're going to kill us before she does. She missed once, Brill said, drifting the heavy SUV through a sharp curve, the tires protesting with a shriek of burning rubber. She won't miss twice. We need distance. He checked the mirror again. The road was empty. No black van. No pursuing tactical teams. Elena had taken her shot, missed, and vanished. That was worse than a chase. A chase was linear. A vanishing act was geometric. The threat could come from any angle. Brill cut the wheel hard to the right, turning onto a gravel access road that led toward a decommissioned water treatment facility near the river. The Mercedes bounced over ruts, the suspension thumping. He drove behind a rusted chain-link fence and killed the engine. The silence that followed was heavy, filled only by the ticking of the cooling manifold and the ragged sound of Catherine's breathing. "Why are we stopping?" she demanded. "Because driving in a straight line makes you a target. And because I need authorization." "Authorization? I gave you the drive. I gave you the network. We had a deal. I don't sign the checks, Catherine. I just cash them." Brill got out of the car. The air here was thick with the scent of river mud and decaying leaves. He walked 10 paces away from the vehicle, scanning the tree line. It was quiet. Too quiet. He tapped the earpiece. "Simon. Patch me through to Carver. Secure line." "Routing now," Simon said. His voice was shaky. The RPG had rattled him, even from 1,000 miles away. "He's waiting." The line clicked. "Report," Carver said. No preamble. No anxiety. Just granite. "I have the package," Brill said. He kept his voice low, watching Catherine through the windshield. She was staring straight ahead, her profile sharp and frozen. "I have the drive. She claims it contains the entire Directorate-S infrastructure in North America. 30 years of names, dates, and accounts. Claims. I believe her. She's terrified. Elena Volkov just tried to turn us into a crater with an RPG. Catherine is burned. She knows it. What does she want? Extraction. Immunity. Witness protection for her and the daughter. And the daughter? Still at school. We didn't make the pickup. The ambush happened first. There was a pause on the line. The wind rustled the canopy of oak trees overhead. "No," Carver said. The word hung in the air, simple and final. Brill frowned. "Carver, listen to me. This is the list. The Pentagon sleeper. The Treasury asset. We can roll up the entire network by dinner time. We don't negotiate with cancer, Brill. We cut it out. She's an intelligence gold mine." "She's a liability," Carver snapped. The gravel in his voice ground together. "She knows too much. She knows the vice president's sleep cycle. She knows the nuclear protocols. She knows the layout of the situation room. You put her in witness protection, and 6 months from now she gets lonely. She gets bored. Or the Russians find her and leverage the daughter. And then everything she knows belongs to Moscow again. She's offering a trade. The trade is rejected. She has done too much damage. She compromised the executive branch. She made a mockery of the vetting process. She doesn't get to retire to a condo in Scottsdale. So what are the orders? The orders haven't changed. Neutralize the threat. Ensure silence. Burn the drive. Burn the asset. Carver, she's sitting 10 feet away from me. She's unarmed. She's surrendering. She is a soldier in a war, Brill. She knows the rules. You lose, you leave the board. Do it. Do it now, and then disappear. The line went dead. Brill stood there, the earpiece buzzing with static. He looked at the phone in his hand. Betrayal wasn't a sudden knife in the back. It was a cold calculation. Carver didn't care about the intelligence. He cared about the stain. He wanted to wipe the slate clean, to pretend that Catherine Byrne had never existed, that the system hadn't failed so spectacularly. He looked at the Mercedes. Catherine was watching him now. She couldn't hear the conversation, but she could read the body language. She saw the tension in his shoulders. She saw the way he holstered the phone, but kept his hand near the cig. She knew. Brill walked back to the car. He opened the driver's door, but didn't get in. He stood in the V of the door and the frame. "We have a problem," Brill said. He said no, Catherine said. Her voice was flat. "Dead." He said the risk is too high. "I told you," she whispered. "I told you they wouldn't let me live. I told you the system doesn't care about justice. He wants you gone. And you. What do you want?" Brill looked at her. He saw the fear behind the mask. He saw the mother who had tried to get to her daughter. He saw the enemy who had planned to freeze Moscow. "I want to know if the list is real." "It's real. It's all real." She reached for the door handle. "Give me the gun. I'll do it myself. I won't let you do it." "Sit down, Catherine." "Why?" "So you can execute me and feel like a patriot." Brill hesitated. His hand brushed the grip of the cig. "It would be easy. 2 rounds. Leave the body. Torch the car. Walk away with the cash and the new identity. Carver would be happy. Davis would be happy. The world would keep spinning." But it felt wrong. It felt like cleaning up a mess for men who refused to hold a broom. "I'm not going to kill you," Brill said. Catherine looked at him, confusion warring with the panic in her eyes. "What?" "I'm not." The sound of gravel crunching under tires cut him off. Brill spun around, the cig clearing the holster in a blur of motion. A black tactical van rolled around the bend of the access road. It didn't rush. It moved with the heavy, inevitable momentum of a glacier. It stopped 20 yards away, blocking the only exit. The side door slid open. Elena Volkov stepped out. She wasn't holding an RPG this time. She held a suppressed AK-105 carbine, the stock folded against her shoulder. She wore tactical gear over her civilian clothes, plate carrier, drop holster, magazine strapped to her chest. Her blonde hair was pulled back tight. She didn't raise the rifle. She let it hang on the sling, her hands resting casually on the weapon. "Put it away, mechanic," Elena called out. Her voice was calm, carrying easily across the distance. "You're out of your depth." Brill kept the cig leveled at her chest. "You missed at the park." "I was clearing the brush. If I wanted you dead, you would be meat." She took a step forward. "Stop," Brill said. "Step away from the car," Elena said. "This doesn't concern you anymore. It concerns me when you try to blow me up." "Collateral damage. My apologies." She smiled, a cold expression that didn't touch her eyes. "This is an internal matter. A personnel issue. We are recalling our staff." "She defected," Brill said. "She belongs to us now." "She belongs to no one," Elena said. "She is a malfunction. A broken component. And we are the repair crew." Catherine opened the passenger door. She stepped out onto the gravel. She stood by the hood of the Mercedes, facing the woman who had been her handler, her shadow, and her friend. "Elena," Catherine said. "Ekaterina," Elena replied. The name sounded like a curse. "You disappoint me. 30 years. And you break because of a child?" "She is my daughter. She is a cover story. She is camouflage. You forgot the mission. The mission is over. The mission is never over. There is only the next objective." Elena shifted her weight. "Come here. Now. We are leaving." "To where?" Catherine asked. "To the basement of the Lubyanka? To a shallow grave in the forest?" "To home," Elena said. "Or to hell." The choice is yours. Brill moved. He stepped between Catherine and Elena, breaking the line of sight. She's not going with you, Brill said. Elena looked at him with genuine curiosity. You are a mercenary. A fixer. Your own government just ordered you to kill her. I monitored the call. They betrayed you. Why are you standing in front of her? Because I don't take orders from you, Brill said. And I don't like your tone. Elena sighed. It was a sound of profound boredom. This is a Russian problem, she said. We are extracting her. Or we are killing her. Either way, she leaves this road with us. You can walk away. You can live. Or you can die for a woman who has lied to you since the moment you met. She raised the rifle. The black eye of the suppressor stared at Brill. 3 seconds, Elena said. 1. Brill looked at the van. The driver was visible through the windshield. Armored glass. Maybe. 2. Brill looked at Catherine. She was trembling. He had a choice. Walk away. Let the Russians clean up their own mess. Let Carver have his wish. Or fight a war he wasn't paid for. He tightened his grip on the SIG. 3. Chapter 23. 3. The word hung in the humid air, a flat syllable that signaled the end of negotiation and the beginning of mechanics. Elena's finger tightened on the trigger of the AK-105. The muscles in her forearm bunched, shifting the point of aim from the center of Brill's chest to the center of his face. She wasn't going to double tap. She was going to erase. Brill didn't move. He didn't flinch. He shifted his weight onto the balls of his feet, calculating the distance. 20 yards. Too far to lunge. Too close to dodge. He had the SIG, but she had the rifle and the armor. The math was bad. Then the world exploded in noise. A siren wailed close and ragged, cutting through the silence of the riverbank. Tires screamed against the gravel access road. A black Dodge Charger, unmarked but unmistakable as law enforcement, drifted around the bend in a spray of stones and dust. It slammed to a halt 10 feet behind Brill's Mercedes, blocking the retreat. The driver's door flew open. Agent David Rossi spilled out. He didn't look like the granite statue from the portrait gallery anymore. His suit was torn at the knee, his tie was gone, and his face was a mask of sweat and fury. He held his service weapon, a SIG P229, in a two-handed grip. He saw the tableau. Brill with a gun. Catherine standing by the hood. A blonde woman in tactical gear by a van. Federal agent. David screamed. Drop the weapons. Everybody down. He swung his gun toward Brill. In his mind, Brill was the threat. Brill was the kidnapper who had blown up the museum and dragged the second lady into the night. David, no. Catherine shouted. It was too late. The hesitation was the gap Elena needed. She didn't panic. She didn't yell. She simply pivoted at the hips, a smooth, turret-like motion. She brought the carbine around. She fired twice. The suppressed shots sounded like dry branches snapping underfoot. Crack, crack. David jerked, as if he'd been hooked by an invisible cable. One round took him in the shoulder, spinning him. The second round took him in the throat. He went down hard, his gun clattering across the stones. He grabbed at his neck, his fingers slick with bright arterial blood. He tried to speak, but only a wet gurgle came out. Unfortunate, Elena said. She swung the rifle back toward Brill. But Brill wasn't there. He had used the split second of David's arrival to move. He dove to his right, rolling behind the engine block of the Mercedes. Elena fired. Rounds sparked off the pavement where he had been standing, kicking up stinging fragments of rock. She walked forward, firing suppressive bursts, keeping him pinned. She was closing the distance, moving to flank him. Catherine, get in the van. Elena shouted. Brill looked under the chassis of the SUV. He saw Catherine's legs. She wasn't moving toward the van. She was backing away. "Get in the van," Elena yelled again, her voice rising. Brill popped up over the hood. He had a clean line. Elena saw him. She started to bring the rifle up. Brill fired. He didn't aim for her chest. She was wearing plates. He didn't aim for her head. It was a small, moving target. He aimed for the pelvis, the junction where the body armor ended, and the femoral arteries began. He fired 3 times. Rapid succession. The first round hit her tactical belt, shattering the buckle. The second round missed low. The third round punched into her right hip. Elena grunted. The impact spun her. Her leg buckled. She went down to one knee, the rifle dipping. Brill didn't wait to see if she recovered. He vaulted the hood of the Mercedes. He landed running. Elena was tough. She was trying to stand, trying to bring the weapon back to bear, fighting the shock and the catastrophic drop in blood pressure. Her face was a rictus of concentration. Brill reached her. He didn't hesitate. He didn't offer a one-liner. He kicked the rifle out of her hands. It skittered across the gravel. Elena looked up at him. Her eyes were still cold, still defiant. Her hand went to the knife on her vest. Brill shot her once in the chest, high just above the plate where the neck met the collarbone. She fell back. The light went out of her eyes instantly. The ghost of Tampa, the shadow of Washington, was just a body in the dirt. Brill turned. The Mercedes was empty. The space where Catherine had been standing was empty. He looked toward the water treatment facility. A rust-colored monolith of corrugated steel and decaying concrete rising from the marsh. The chain-link gate was open. "Simon," Brill said, tapping the earpiece. "Elena is down. David is down. Catherine is running." "Where?" "Into the plant. She's heading for the high ground." "Brill, you have sirens inbound." Heavy response. 3 minutes out. "I know." "Leave her. You have the drive. You have the network. Get out of there." "No." "Why?" "You won. You beat the handler." "Because she's not done," Brill said. "She's still the queen. And as long as she's on the board, the game isn't over." He ran toward the gate. He entered the facility. It was a cathedral of industrial decay. Massive sedimentation tanks sat empty, looking like drained swimming pools for giants. Pipes the size of redwood trunks snaked overhead, dripping condensation into the gloom. The air smelled of rust and ozone. He stopped. Listened. Footsteps. Metallic clanging. Above him. He looked up. A catwalk system ran along the upper perimeter of the main processing hall, 40 feet in the air. Catherine was there. She was running, her trench coat flapping behind her like a broken wing. She wasn't running blindly. She was heading for the maintenance ladders that led to the roof. "Catherine!" Brill shouted. His voice echoed in the vast hollow space. She didn't stop. She didn't look down. Brill sprinted for the stairs. He took them 2 at a time, his knee screaming in protest. He ignored the pain. Pain was just information. He reached the first landing. He looked up. She was on the second tier, moving past a bank of silent turbines. She was fast. Surprisingly fast for a woman who spent her days in committee meetings. But she was 30 years out of training. Brill was current. He pushed harder. He cleared the second landing. He hit the catwalk. The metal grating rang under his boots. He saw her ahead, 30 yards away. She reached the final ladder. She grabbed the rungs and started to climb. "Stop!" Brill yelled. "There's nowhere to go." She stopped. She looked down at him. Her face was a pale oval in the shadows. "There's always somewhere to go," she said. She climbed. Brill holstered the cig. He needed both hands. He ran to the ladder. He started up. The ladder led to a gantry crane platform, suspended high above the concrete floor. It was a dead end. A steel island in the air. Catherine pulled herself onto the platform. She scrambled to her feet. She backed away until she hit the railing. Brill crested the ladder. He stepped onto the platform. They were 50 feet up. Below them, the empty tanks waited like open mouths. Catherine stood with her back to the void. Her chest was heaving. Her hair had come loose, hanging in damp strands around her face. She looked wild, desperate, but not defeated. She reached into her coat pocket. "Don't," Brill warned. "I took your gun." "I know," she said. She pulled out her hand. She wasn't holding a weapon. She was holding a phone. Not the burner. Her official, secure, vice presidential spouse comms unit. 3 minutes, she said, her voice breathless but steady. "That's what your friend said. 3 minutes until the cavalry arrives." "Put the phone down, Catherine." "Or what? You shoot me." "You won't. You need me alive. You need me to unlock the drive. You need me to testify. I don't need anything from you except your silence. You'll never get it." She held the phone up. Her thumb hovered over the screen. "This connects directly to the Situation Room. Priority override. If I press this button, I get Thomas. And if I get Thomas, I tell him I've been kidnapped by a rogue agent. I tell him to initiate the emergency protocols. I tell him to burn the codes. He won't believe you." "He loves me," she said. A cruel, triumphant smile twisted her lips. "He'll believe anything I say. That's why you recruited me. Remember? I didn't recruit you. I hunted you." "Same thing." "Put it down." Brill took a step forward. "Stay back," she screamed. "I'll do it. I'll start the war right here." Brill looked at her. He looked at the phone. She wasn't bluffing. She was cornered. She was a cornered animal with a nuclear detonator. He realized then that Carver was right. There was no extraction. There was no deal. There was no version of this where Catherine Byrne walked out of this building and the world stayed safe. She was the disease. And the disease was terminal. Brill let his hands drop to his sides. "Do it," he said. Catherine blinked. "What?" "Call him. Tell him the truth. Tell him who you really are." I won't tell him that. I'll tell him." "You'll lie," Brill said. He took another step. "You'll lie until the very end. Because that's all you are. A construct. A ghost wrapped in skin. Stay back. Make the call, Catherine. Let's see if he picks up." She looked at the phone. Her thumb trembled. Brill lunged. He didn't go for the phone. He went for her. He hit her low, tackling her around the waist. The impact drove the air from her lungs. She slammed back against the railing. The metal groaned. It was old, rusted, neglected. The phone flew from her hand. It skittered across the grating and fell over the edge, tumbling down into the darkness. Catherine screamed. She clawed at Brill's face, her nails tearing skin. She fought with the feral intensity of someone who knew she had run out of moves. She kicked his knee. The bad one. Brill grunted, his leg buckling. He slipped. They were tangled together, struggling on the edge of the platform. The railing groaned again, a rivet popping with a sound like a gunshot. "Let me go," she shrieked. "It's over," Brill roared. She headbutted him. Hard. Lights burst in Brill's vision. He loosened his grip for a fraction of a second. Catherine shoved him away. She scrambled back, trying to regain her footing. But she stepped too far. Her heel caught the edge of the platform where the grating had rusted through. She stumbled. She reached out, grabbing for the railing. The railing gave way. It swung out into empty space, the rusted bolts shearing off. Catherine fell backward. Her eyes met Brill's. For a single, frozen second, there was no calculation. No tradecraft. No lie. Just fear. She reached for him. Brill reached back. His fingers brushed her sleeve. But he didn't catch her. She fell. Silent. No scream. Just the sound of wind rushing past. Then a sickening, wet thud on the concrete floor below. Brill stood on the edge, gripping the broken stanchion of the railing. He looked down. Catherine Byrne lay on the floor of the empty tank. Her limbs were sprawled at unnatural angles. The emerald green dress was bright against the gray dust. She didn't move. Brill breathed. In. Out. The air tasted of rust. Sirens wailed outside. Blue lights flashed through the dirty skylights, painting the interior of the cathedral in strobe light spasms. The Secret Service was here. Brill stepped back from the edge. He holstered his weapon. He looked at his hands. They were shaking. Not from fear. From the adrenaline crash. From the realization of what he had just done. He had killed the queen. Now he had to survive the king's wrath. Chapter 24. The blue strobe lights sliced through the gloom of the water treatment plant, turning the rusted sedimentation tanks into a strobe-lit nightmare. Brill stood on the edge of the gantry platform, 50 feet above the concrete floor where Catherine Byrne lay broken. He didn't look down at her anymore. He looked at the door. The sirens had cut out, replaced by the screech of tires on gravel and the heavy rhythmic thud of boots hitting the pavement outside. This wasn't a patrol car response. This was the counter-assault team. CAT. The guys who traveled in black Suburbans with M4s and flashbangs. They didn't shout warnings. They cleared rooms with kinetic energy. Brill unholstered the SIG. He ejected the magazine. He racked the slide, catching the chambered round as it spun out. He placed the gun on the metal grating of the walkway, then placed the magazine next to it. He raised his hands. He laced his fingers behind his head. He knelt on the rusted metal. He waited. The side door of the facility exploded inward. No lockpicking, no polite knock. A battering ram or a shaped charge took the frame out, sending a cloud of dust and splintered wood into the cavernous room. Beams of white light cut through the dust. Weapon lights. Blindingly bright. Federal agents, a voice roared. Move and you die. 4 operators poured through the breach. Heavy armor. Helmets. Rifles up and scanning. They moved with the fluid, hydraulic precision of men who had done this 1,000 times in kill houses. They swept the ground floor. Clear right. Clear left. Then the lead operator's light hit the body. The beam froze on the emerald green dress, the unnatural angle of the neck, the pool of dark blood spreading on the gray concrete. For a second, the professional veneer cracked. The operator stopped. The weapon dipped an inch. Principal is down, he screamed into his headset. I repeat, Eagle is down. Medic. We need a medic now. He rushed to Catherine, dropping to his knees, his hands hovering over her, terrified to touch, terrified not to. A second operator scanned the upper levels. His light swept the catwalks, the pipes, the shadows. It hit Brill. Contact high. 12 o'clock. Catwalk. 3 rifles swung up instantly. 3 red dots appeared on Brill's chest. Don't move, the operator yelled. Show me your hands. Hands are on my head, Brill shouted back. His voice was calm, carrying over the chaos. Weapon is on the deck. I am unarmed. Get on your face, Do it now. Brill lay down on the grating. The metal was cold and hard against his cheek. He kept his hands visible. He felt the vibration of boots on the metal stairs. They were coming up. Fast. He closed his eyes. This was the most dangerous moment. The transition from target to prisoner. The adrenaline in their blood was spiking. They saw the dead second lady. They saw the man who killed her. The urge to pull the trigger was a physical itch in their fingers. Do not shoot, Brill said to the cold metal. I have the intel. I have the drive. Boots hammered on the walkway. A hand grabbed his collar and yanked him up, slamming him back down against the grating. Don't move, motherfucker. A knee drove into his kidney. Brill grunted, the air leaving his lungs. His arms were wrenched behind his back. Zip ties bit into his wrists, tight enough to cut circulation. Search him. Rough hands patted him down. They found the ceramic knife. They found the burner phone. They found the wallet with the Arthur Vance ID. And they found the hard drive. The agent holding it paused. He looked at the silver rectangle. Bag it, the team leader barked from the ground floor. Everything is evidence. Get him down here. Brill was hauled to his feet. He was shoved toward the ladder. Move. One wrong step and you fly. Brill climbed down, his shoulders screaming from the angle of his arms. He reached the ground floor. The scene was chaos controlled by protocol. Paramedics were working on Catherine, but it was performance art. CPR on a corpse. The team leader was shouting into his radio, coordinating the perimeter, locking down the site. They marched Brill past the body. He looked at her one last time. The face that had launched 1,000 ships. The face that had fooled a vice president. It was slack now, empty. The lie was finally over. Eyes front, an agent shouted, shoving Brill's head forward. They dragged him out into the night. The access road was a parking lot of emergency vehicles. Blue and red lights strobed against the trees. The black van, Alina's van, sat abandoned near the entrance. Alina's body lay where she had fallen, a dark shape covered by a yellow tarp. David, the granite-faced agent, was being loaded into an ambulance, an oxygen mask over his face. He was alive. Brill was shoved against the side of a black SUV. An agent kicked his legs apart, searching him again, harder this time. Name, the agent demanded. Arthur Vance, Brill said. Bullshit. Who are you? I want to speak to the special agent in charge. You don't get to speak to anyone. You just killed the vice president's wife. I neutralized a foreign intelligence asset, Brill said. The agent grabbed Brill's hair and slammed his face into the cold metal of the car door. Brill tasted blood. Shut your mouth. A man in a suit walked over. He wasn't tactical. He was management. Older. Heavy coat. He looked at Brill with eyes that were tired and furious. I'm SAIC Miller, he said. You have exactly 5 seconds to tell me why I shouldn't let my men take you into the woods and leave you there. Brill spit blood onto the gravel. He turned his head to look Miller in the eye. Check her pocket, Brill said. Miller frowned. What? Catherine Byrne. Check her coat pocket. The left one. Why? Because that's where she kept the burner phone she used to call Moscow. Or it was, before she dropped it off the catwalk. You'll find it in the tank next to her body. Or maybe under it. Miller stared at him. You're insane. Am I? Check the van. The dead woman in the gravel is Elena Volkov. FSB, illegal. She was Catherine's handler. She brought an RPG to an extraction. Miller looked at the tarp covering Elena. He looked at the shattered trees where the rocket had hit. He looked back at Brill. Doubt was creeping in. Just a sliver. Get him in the car, Miller said. Transport to the field office. Isolation. Nobody talks to him. Nobody touches him. If he sneezes, you shoot him. What about the drive? Brill asked. What drive? The silver hard drive your man took off me. It contains the names of every Russian sleeper agent in the U.S. government. Don't lose it. Miller looked at the tactical agent, holding the evidence bag. Give it to me, Miller said. The agent handed it over. Miller held the drive up to the flashing lights. If this is a game, Miller said, you're going to wish you died in that fall. It's not a game, Brill said. It's the scoreboard. They shoved him into the back of the SUV. The door slammed shut, cutting off the noise, the lights, the air. Brill leaned his head against the wire mesh divider. His wrists throbbed. His face ached. His knee was on fire. He was alive. The car started moving. He watched the water treatment plant recede through the rear window. The cathedral of rust where the 30-year lie had ended. He closed his eyes. Chapter 25. The interrogation room at the Washington field office was a soundproof box painted a color that didn't exist in nature, a beige that smelled of despair and ammonia. Brill sat at the metal table. His wrists were raw where the zip ties had bitten into the skin. His knee was a throbbing knot of pain that radiated up his thigh with every heartbeat. He had been there for 6 hours. He hadn't said a word. He hadn't asked for a lawyer. He hadn't asked for water. He just stared at the two-way mirror, watching his own reflection distort in the glass. The door opened. SAIC Miller walked in. He looked like he had aged 10 years in 6 hours. His tie was loosened, his eyes were bloodshot, and he carried a single manila envelope. He sat down opposite Brill. He placed the envelope on the table. It's done, Miller said. His voice was gravel. What is? Brill asked. The narrative. The lie. Whatever you want to call it. Miller rubbed his face. The official statement goes out in 10 minutes. Catherine Byrne, the Second Lady of the United States, died tragically this evening. Accidental fall at a water treatment facility while fleeing an armed stalker. Elena Volkov, Brill said. Identified as a disturbed foreign national with a history of mental illness. No connection to intelligence services. Just a crazy woman with a gun. And the RPG. Gas line explosion. Old infrastructure. Brill looked at the envelope. And me. You don't exist, Miller said. My men found you. They detained you. But when they ran your prints, the system crashed. When they checked your ID, the file was corrupted. And then, Miller sighed. Then I got a call from the director. And a call from the National Security Advisor. And a call from a man who didn't give his name, but knew the serial number of my service weapon. Carver. They told me to let you go. They told me you were a consultant. A patriot. A ghost. Miller slid the envelope across the table. Your effects. Wallet. Keys. The burner phone. What about the drive? Miller's hand paused on the envelope. He looked at Brill, and for a second the tired bureaucrat vanished, replaced by a cop who knew he was burying a crime. The drive is classified, Miller said. It's been transferred to a secure facility at Langley. Top men are looking at it. Top men, Brill repeated. That means it goes into an incinerator. It means it's above my pay grade. And it's definitely above yours. Miller stood up. He walked to the door and held it open. Get out of my building. There's a car waiting in the garage. Black sedan. No plates. Get in it. Don't come back to D.C. Don't write a book. Don't ever say her name again. Brill stood. His knee buckled, but he caught himself. He took the envelope. He walked past Miller. She fell, Brill said softly. I know, Miller said. He didn't look at Brill. She slipped. Brill walked out. The car was waiting. The driver wasn't Simon. It wasn't Davis. It was a stranger in a suit who didn't speak. He drove Brill to a private airfield in Maryland. A Gulfstream was idling on the tarmac. Brill boarded. He didn't ask where they were going. It didn't matter. The plane took off, banking east over the Atlantic. Brill watched the lights of the Capitol fade into the darkness. The city looked peaceful from 10,000 feet. Orderly. Clean. A lie viewed from a distance always looked like the truth. 6 months later. The coffee shop on Pennsylvania Avenue had a view of the White House, provided you sat at the window seat and craned your neck. Brill sat at the back. He wore a beard now, neatly trimmed, and glasses that changed the shape of his face. His passport said his name was Elias Thorne. He lived in a cabin on the Olympic Peninsula in Washington State, where it rained 200 days a year and the cell service was non-existent. He was back for one day. He watched the television mounted above the counter. The news was covering the memorial dedication. The Catherine Byrne Children's Library. Thomas Byrne stood at the podium. He looked thinner, grayer, but the grief had given him a gravitas he hadn't possessed before. He spoke about love, about loss, about the resilience of the American spirit. His approval ratings were the highest they had ever been. He was the grieving widower, the stoic statesman. He was going to be the next president. Brill drank his coffee. The system had worked. The drive he had given Miller, the list of sleepers, the names, the dates, it had been absorbed. Digested. Some of the names had quietly resigned. A mid-level analyst at the Pentagon took early retirement. A Treasury official moved to the private sector. No arrests. No trials. Just a quiet purging of the infection. But not all of it. Brill looked at the screen. The camera panned to the crowd. In the front row, sitting next to the vice president's daughter, was a woman. She was older. 60s. Elegant. She wore a black coat and a pearl necklace. She was dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief. Brill recognized her. Not from the drive. Not from Simon's files. He recognized the look in her eyes. It was the same look Catherine had in the bookstore. The same look Elena had in the park. Flat. Watchful. Patient. She was the director of the White House Office of Public Engagement. A woman who had worked in the West Wing for 3 administrations. A fixture. A rock. A sleeper. The drive hadn't been complete. Catherine hadn't given up everything. Or the CIA had decided that some assets were too important to burn. Brill set his cup down. The rot wasn't gone. It had just been pruned. The tree was still standing. He stood up. He put on his coat. He could walk away. He had the money. He had the cabin. He had a life where no one shot at him and no one fell from catwalks. He looked at the woman on the screen one last time. She leaned over and whispered something to the vice president's daughter. The girl nodded, trusting, innocent. Brill turned and walked out of the coffee shop. The wind on Pennsylvania Avenue was cold, cutting through his jacket. He walked toward the metro. He had a plane to catch. But he wouldn't be staying in Washington State. He needed better reception. He needed a workspace. He took out the burner phone he'd bought at Union Station an hour ago. He dialed a number he hadn't used in 6 months. Simon, Brill said. You're supposed to be dead, Simon said. Or retired. Or both. I'm neither. Where are you? D.C. That's a violation of your agreement. The agreement was based on a lie. What lie? That it was over. Brill watched a motorcade peel out of the White House gates, sirens wailing, lights flashing. The bubble, moving through the city. It's never over, Brill said. So what do you want to do? Brill looked at the black SUVs, disappearing into traffic. I want to find the rest of the list, Brill said. Direct action. He hung up. He descended into the subway, disappearing into the crowd, a shark slipping back into the deep water. Waiting for the next drop. Do you want more missions? Grab your free copy of Conscripted, a full-length action adventure about the origins of the shadow boxer. Want free audiobooks? Every action-packed thriller is up on YouTube to listen to for free. Subscribe today. The end.